And we're live. Hi, everybody. It's us again. I just wanted to say hello to everybody. I wanted to welcome Chuck Middleton, Brian, and Dub Wilkinson to the show. And how
Hey
you guys
everybody,
doing?
good.
Good here.
Good. So, yeah, we've already got quite a few people in here. I don't know if Stupid's still in here, but Stupid, James, Redstorm, let's see here, Wayne. We have Wayne, Carla, Freedom Truth, Gypsy, Cindy. Welcome, everybody.
Yeah. Good
Yeah,
to see everyone here.
yeah. Kind of, we missed last week. Oh, Ange. I'm sorry, Ange. Love you, Ange. Uh, anyway, I hope you're doing okay with your injury. But yeah,
Yeah, how was your eye feeling? Hope your eye's feeling better.
yeah. And Sanja,
Sanja's in here. Good to see you. Honeycutt,
Honeycutt.
James, Stupid, everybody.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, so we missed last week. I wasn't feeling real great. Chuck couldn't make it. It was just one of those things that we just didn't come live. That's the only second live I've missed in over a year, so it's not too bad. But I did miss you guys, and so I'm glad that everybody's here. We wanted everybody to come and hang out with us today, and so we all can hang out. Hi, Change. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. It's been a long time. But yeah. So anyway, you anybody want to say anything? Chuck?
I just a little bit later want to talk a little bit. They had the so-called big flat Earth debate. I think it was yesterday, about 3 or 4 hour stream. I think Vincent Rhodes, Jeranism, DIRTH, they all covered it. I just thought maybe we could talk about that a little bit later. How
Okay.
it's just felt like a production to me where Dean Odle and Greg Locke. I mean, it's like right versus left, or like kind of like the Republicans, Democrats. It's just a show. It's divide, and they want you to follow one side. They want to. How they do with everything else. Divide and rule. Sergio just jumped in here. Good to see you, man.
Hi, Sergio. It says it's my bro-in-law's birthday. Driving to lunch. Listening. Well, happy birthday, brother-in-law. And yeah, good to see you, Ryan. Good to see you. Okay, we're just gonna wait for a few more people to pop on in.
What you been up to, Brian? Anything going on?
No, just living life,
What were you saying about the Black Lives Matter guy getting stabbed 22 times?
Derek Chauvin. I just seen that this week in the news. I think I took a step back. I've been watching you guys' videos, but I just haven't been diving into research or anything, shall we say. I've had a busy November too, but yeah, stabbed 22 times. Like I said, it must have been with a stapler or something because 22 stab wounds. One of them's got to hit something important. You know what I mean?
Thank.
And yeah.
Yeah, well, they got to keep the psyop alive, so they've got to make everything look like something's happening, so they can start more division. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, they need to keep that. That's why they did that one. And it was a black guy who stabbed him on Black Friday or something in commemorance of all that. I'm not kidding. That was a story.
What a coincidence. Yeah.
And the timing was just right for the new book that came out all about the ordeal, and it's kind of crazy. There's a couple of videos out on it I watched last night talking about this same incident. So they're bringing it back around so no one forgets.
Yeah, that's what they do with any psyop, though. They always have to, like a year later, they have to have an anniversary, and oh yeah, they've got to keep it going so everybody still believes, and they got
they don't want people to forget about it.
Right? Yeah, they got to remind everybody about it. make a little bit more drama and make it all real. Stupid says he stabbed himself 22 times, but he attempted to stab him 33 times. Hi, Sally. Good to see you. Yo, Laserbeam. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
22
Yeah.
stab wounds with 33 stitches.
Wow.
No, I don't know. I just made that up.
33 stitches. Oh, hi, Julie. Good to see you.
Hey,
Yeah.
Julie.
Yeah, it's awesome to see everybody popping on in. Yeah, I missed you guys. You know, you get so used to, doing something, and then when you don't do it, and I was like, it's my only day to, release, any, if you want to talk about something, we can all hang out and talk about it. Kansas Gal, good to see you. 666 stitches. Yeah, he had a lot of stab wounds. He's gonna need about that many.
I see Ryan was asking us what the topic is tonight. Well, if you have a topic in mind, put it in the chat. We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
We're kind of just going all over the place, interacting with the chat. There's just a couple things I wanted to talk about later, and Michelle has a couple things tabbed up, and whatever. Kinda.
Yo Laserbeam says, plenty of psyops still left to play out and report as real before the new year. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's talk about the Earth. Jake Hoyce said. I was going to talk about that debate a little while, or whenever you guys want to talk about it, but it just feels like everything's kind of, in a lull, like the calm before the storm or something. Everything just feels weird, kind of like everybody's, like it says in the Bible about the days of Noah, where they'll be eating, drinking, giving in marriage, kind of like going about business usual. Something just kind of like a calm before the storm kind of feels like to me.
Hi, Nana. Good to see you.
Hey, Nana.
Carla says, let's talk about Planet X and AKA Wormwood.
I know I've heard the thing where they say they're not just going to take their ball and walk away, But I remember one time hearing Dan Pratt say that they don't really care whether you think you live on a flat earth or a ball. You know what I mean? They're still going to control it all,
Right.
It was a good thought. And I was like, yeah. And that's why they tell everybody, let's go to Antarctica, even though we know it's nothing. But,
Yeah.
Let's go there. There's palm trees.
Well, the whole spinning globe Earth is really new. A lot of people will try to say, oh, it's always, no, even in the 1900s, everybody knew the Earth was flat. Even the Matthew's Bible, I did a video the other day where it actually says flat Earth. The whole globe with NASA, that's all new. You know what I mean? And I think that's all to bring in the last days alien type deception where, we can, colonize Mars. They got so many different psyops or rabbit holes they can send people down with space. Because if we believe that we're on, creation where we put here for a reason, where we're not an accident, we're not like insignificant and spinning, tens of hundreds of thousand miles through infinite space. It's definitely new. The flat Earth is fairly new. Not flat Earth, the globe Earth.
Right. I wanted to say hello to James. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Veronica, good to see you.
Well, my kids play games and stuff like that, and I was looking at an Xbox the other day, and it came with this game, and I'm not going to get it because of the game. When I looked into it, it's called Diablo 4. Here it says, set in a vast open world of demons, loot and legend. Choose from 4 classes, customize your character, and explore the endless battle between the high heavens and the burning hells. And the girl that's evil in the movie, her name is Lilith. Who knows that name? Yes, we know that name. That's so crazy. I was telling my boys about it. I was like, I'm definitely not getting you that crap now, just for the fact that they named the evil lady Lilith. Someone came on my channel a couple months ago and asked me if I had heard about Lilith. And I went and looked it up and seen that it was like, whatever Jewish mysticism or something along those lines, and they were trying to say that Lilith was a girl before Eve that wouldn't cooperate and didn't obey God and went off and had her own race of people, if you will. But anyway, all in a video game. Remember, the AI Jesus will give you help in video game tips.
Hey, Jesus, yeah, I remember that.
Hi, Crystal. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'm seeing some people in the chat saying they haven't had, I know that Brian just got done saying that he hasn't had much desire to really do YouTube much. I have lost a lot of desire. I know Chuck, well, you can speak for yourself, Chuck, but I'm just saying that, it's kind of been weird lately. And I mentioned to Chuck the other day, I said, do you think maybe, just maybe, it's the chemtrails? Because
It's always a possibility.
they're spraying the skies so bad. I mean, man, it's just it's ridiculous, and I'm sure all of you have noticed it, but it's just so thick, and I'm just like, everything is just kind of weird lately.
Like our good sister Angie said one time, I wouldn't take anything off the creepy table at this point.
Right.
And that's true. I mean, we don't have any idea, what's really going on. Just what they tell us, I mean, through the news, the TV, through social media. It's pretty much it.
All I know is we can see too far.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just crazy how hold on, I'm trying to get my phone situated here. Making sure everybody's modded. But yeah, it's just been, I don't know, it's just really weird. And I don't know if anybody's noticed, but I'm not getting notifications for hardly anything anymore. I go to bed and I wake up in the morning and it'll say 9+ notifications, but there's only 2 or 3 new videos from anybody. And I don't know if anybody's noticed that too. YouTube's been changing a lot of stuff too. So, yeah.
Yeah. Gypsy said he watched that debate. What'd you think about it in general? I mean, if you watched the whole thing, do you think I think it was just a show. I mean, honestly, I think that they want you to follow a man, whether you're following Greg Locke or Dean Odell. And that's where they get you. I mean, you can't, God is no respecter of persons. I mean, I like Dean Odell's flat earth material, but I've listened to some of his Sunday services, and I mean, I don't agree with them. I mean, I heard the guy say that he sat there and had coffee with Jesus and talked to him audibly. And I actually had that out of his own mouth, but my channel got taken down, so I lost the video. But I mean, he's here listening to God audibly, So I mean, it's like, I just don't trust any of these people. I really don't.
I'm reading some of the chat here.
Greg Locke reminds me of somebody said this on my channel. I think it was Frida said that he reminds me of Steven Anderson. I know you guys have seen Steven Anderson, the one that jumps up on top of the pulpit and starts yelling at everybody. But yeah, Sally, he did say that. Just like the other preacher. What was that guy's name that said he is Jesus? The other flat earth preacher.
The young guy.
Yeah, they knew flat earth was going to come out. So the best way to control your opposition is to lead it. So they put these people out here to kind of catch everybody. They put really, really good material. And then when you follow them, you trust them, kind of like a cult leader. You start putting all your faith. They tickle your ears. They give you all this good truth, and they reel you in. And once they get you on the hook, that's when they start passing the Kool-Aid around.
Just like Rob Skiba.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah. He was a flat earther and blah, 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 and was really into telling the truth and all that. And then he goes into the hospital with coronavirus and dies.
Rob Skiba, out of his own mouth, said he used to be ex-CIA. Now, I mean, I just don't think that you're going to find somebody that's ex-CIA that happened to be in one of the biggest movements of our time, front and center, and had some of the best flat earth content out here. I mean, it just seems a little a little fishy to me, if you ask me.
Red Storm says, "I don't trust anyone, even you." That's the way it
Thank
should
you.
be.
Yeah. Yeah.
One-
Well, we just got to love one another, and, we got to treat each other the way we want to be treated and trust God. I mean, really.
Yep.
Gypsy says Masons always control both sides. Yep, there's two
Exactly.
sides on one coin, and there's two wings on one bird.
Yep. And it's
That's
just,
so true.
yep. And it's just like all the wars. Oh, wait, hold on.
Sandra needs a wrench.
I just gave it to
Shell.
her. Just gave it to her. Yeah, thanks for letting me know, Sandra.
You can use it and hit her in the head with it if you want.
For me taking too much time. Sorry. Yeah. But yeah, it's crazy, like when they have wars, who's funding the wars, It's
Yeah.
just it's all a show. The world is a stage,
Stage.
period.
He's not here. He should be here.
I know. Where is he?
I don't know. Play that 2-minute video, that debate last night, and that scripture I put at the end. I mean, it really just got put in my spirit. I mean, I just feel like that is what it's all about. I mean, everything comes down to vanity. Everything's vanity, I mean, and there's nothing new under the sun. If it's been done once, it's been done before. And, Solomon goes in to talk about with great knowledge is a lot of sorrow. When you know all this truth, it's not all good. It gives you a lot of grief and it gives you a lot of sorrow.
Yeah, and real quick, anybody in here that wants to share their channel, go ahead and drop your channel link. Put beside it, it's your channel link, so people know that it's your channel. That way, if you guys want to, promote your channel, I never have any problem for anybody doing that. Just go ahead and be automatic and do it. You will never offend me for that, because I think the more truth we get out, the better. We know we're in an echo chamber, but still, it doesn't hurt to try, because we'll never give up.
Yeah, I want to say one more thing about somebody. I heard somebody earlier talk about they had to unsub someone because they went a little kind of like a crazy way. I'm telling you, when it comes to people on YouTube channels, if you unsub everybody that you have a disagreement with, you're not going to be watching anybody. I mean, honestly, it's what you got to do. You really got to watch everything and listen to everybody and just take what what's good and just leave the rest, because man, I used to do that. I mean, somebody would make me mad or something, and I would unsub them, and it's just eventually you're not going to be subbed to anybody.
Right. I'm subbing. I'm trying to see if let's see here.
Pretending to play the role of the enemy is nothing new on the world stage. It is critical ingredient to deceive the audience. Exactly.
Right. Yep.
Eat the meat, spit out the bones, Red Storm said.
Yeah.
But see, they do that. You know what I mean? They have like a cult of personality. They're really likable. A lot of these people that get popular and famous, they're very likable. They're very smooth in their speech. And, human nature is to trust people. You know what I mean? We've become cynical because we've been on YouTube for the last however long, and we see the lies, but, we always want to try to see the good in people.
Right.
And the enemy will take advantage of that. That's how he does it.
Hi, Rhonda. Good to see you, little one. Betsy, good to see you. Welcome,
Hey, little
guys.
flatter stuff. Good to see you. Drop down.
Yeah, flatter stuff. Flat stuff Earth.
Flat stuff Earth. Yeah, you guys dropped your channel link. Michelle was just talking about that.
Yeah, so if you guys want to drop your channel links, I never have an issue with that.
I know Flat Stuff Earth puts a bunch of lives out with a bunch of flat Earth stuff.
Let's see here.
Yeah, Honeycut, I know what you're saying. I mean, that you'd rather be subbed to one channel of truth than 100 of lies. But when you find that one channel that has all the truth, please let me know, man, and I will jump on board with you.
Exactly.
I haven't. I just don't think God works that way. I mean, he's not going to give all of his truth to one person, because think about the way pride works. that person will get puffed up, and then it will become idolatry. They would idolize the person over the truth. I've never seen one preacher or one teacher that has a balance of all the truth we talk about. You know what I mean? They might be good in one area, and I think that's the way God, He gives you gifts. We all have gifts, being different parts of the same body. We all have different gifts to offer, but I have yet to see one person or one teacher that's all you got to listen to. I just think God doesn't want us to follow any man. We got to
Right.
get it a little bit here, a little bit there, line upon line upon line, precept upon precept.
I still listen to the Bible. LOL. Sub to that.
There you go.
Perfect.
I got a lot of Bible channels, that play different, audio versions. Pretty good.
With
Yeah.
with that said, I don't think that we'll ever know anything, and in the end, ever will know everything. You know what I mean? We'll know, we'll know what we need to know, no
Right.
matter here or then. You know what I mean? So, we're never going to know all of anything anyway. I don't think anyone will be able to handle it. Besides pride, there would be other things that would come into play.
Right.
And there's all kinds of things besides pride. Like people do evil things with knowledge. You know what I mean? So that's
Knowledge
fine
of good
with
and
me.
evil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
I wouldn't want to know. I mean, like I said, with knowledge comes grief and sorrow. I mean, it's back in the 80s when I was totally in my bubble, ignorant, and dead asleep, and life seemed so much easier, and I was a lot more carefree. I never got depressed. I was never stressed out. Being in a bubble is not always that bad, but we're just not in the time. I mean, knowledge has increased. It's like the Great Awakening. It's like we're living through it.
Right.
What is the real secret behind laughing out loud? I don't know. What is it?
That kind of caught me off guard. I don't know. Well, I mean, I guess it's just abbreviate and make it where you can get a lot more expressed with fewer words, maybe.
There's so many abbreviations now. It's just like, all right. Sometimes I have to sit there and try to think of a phrase just to say, oh, that's what they're saying. Just like LOL's been around for a while, but there's new things popping up all the time.
Like BRB, be right back, or WYD, what are you doing? I mean, it took me a while to learn all that stuff too, because I was never a big texter.
I'm
but
still learning all that.
They want everybody to text now.
I'm still. My friends will sit there and abbreviate, and I'm like, I want.
Hey, real quick, good to see you here, man.
Yeah.
Yes, drop your channel. Real Cooking puts a lot of good cooking videos out, man. I think he's over there in the UK or England or somewhere. He has some good stuff. If y'all like eating good food.
Welcome, Real Cooking. Good to see you.
Yeah, he's a real nice guy.
Right on. Analog, good to see you.
Rhonda K, my favorite Bible teacher ever. We disagree on world events and globe earth. It kept me from idolizing him. And there's been many preachers. It's like this knowledge that's increasing. A lot of them, they get so lifted up and think they know everything. They're not going to come into this new information. I mean, and flat earth is a real big one. I used to follow that preacher, Charles Lawson, probably about 10 years ago. And he about had a freaking coronary when flat earth came out. He was yelling, telling people not to come to his church, pushing it. And I mean, it's just, you can't put your faith in any of them, 100%.
I wanted to say welcome, Cindy. Good to see you. Yeah.
My kids were watching a new movie the other night, and it had in the background space, space, space. And it was just a cartoon animation movie or whatever. But on one of the sections, you remember, buddy, where it said, let's go to Saturn, or we're going to Saturn or something.
Yeah.
Anyway, just thought I'd throw that there. And we're talking a 2023 movie that just came out, on Netflix or something.
Yeah, they're poor.
Hey,
Go ahead.
Michelle, you know what my daughter named her car?
Oh, no.
Jupiter.
Okay.
I told her that. I said, Jupiter is not a giant rock like they tell you. Jupiter was one of the gods, the little g gods that they worship. I said, it's a luminary. I said, the planets aren't what they tell you. And she just kind of changed the subject.
But they had a car brand named Saturn before. I'm sure it's still
I know.
around.
You probably just ruined her mojo when you said that. She was like, "Darn it, Dad! Why do you have to do that?"
Gypsies, that's a good point. I agree with it. I have yet to find a pastor, been saved in the Lord since July 2019. Only scripture with the Holy Spirit right now. That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a few that I've listened to every now and then. They have certain areas. And I mean, if some guy's been studying something for 30 years, I mean, obviously you can take a shortcut and learn, a lot from them, but then it's kind of like you outgrow them. I mean, I'm not like sitting here bragging or nothing, but I've outgrown because all the teachers and preachers, they give you everything they know, and then they stay in that box. They're not searching other truths and stuff. Seems like to me.
That mixed with much grief and everything is kind of why I just got bummed out. It was like, all right, so I've learned so much. Not that I know everything, but it's just like,
Right.
then comes the grief part because it's just like, well, now we got people that are, in the community that are faking it and lying and deceiving and everything. So that's where all the grief is starting to come in. It's just like, okay, so what do I do with that information? I'll just keep on keeping on, I guess. But,
Yeah.
that's why I had to take a break. I was just burned out kind of by, both those things.
I think
Right.
everybody's burned out. That's what Michelle, kind of what you were talking about. It just feels like everything's stale.
It's
There's nothing new. It's just all the same.
yeah, but it's also like it's depressing in a way where it's just like, once you've been given eyes to see it, you can't unsee it. So
No.
you tend to see a lot more than you really think that you know what I mean, that you even put your mind into. You're like, oh well, you automatically know, or you look this way or look that way. I'm just saying that it's a lot of weight sometimes, to have it on your shoulders, but at the same time it's just like, wow, what do you do with it every day, every day, every day?
Here's a good way. Here's a really good way to look at it. Like, we know we're in a war. Like it says in Ephesians 6, I think it's 6:12, it says we battle not against flesh and blood. So we're in a war. It's like all these little topics are battles. And they know that. The enemy knows that. So if you get caught up in a battle, you might win the battle, but you're going to lose the war. I know that sounds cliche, but it's true. I mean, all these little rabbit holes are just little, distractions from the real war. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, let me see if I can do this real quick. So I hope everybody's still here. We had 40 watching, then it went back to 38, but man, that's more than I can ever ask for. That's for sure, to have you guys all here. So we haven't, we have all kind of been down and out, and just kind of not been into things. Everybody's fighting their own battles, and
Mhm.
dealing with their own stuff, and
Living life.
we live in life, and I just even my friends around me, that I talk to every day, and it's just everybody's kind of down and out, and it's like, hey, let's I was really excited to come on here today, because I was like, you know what, I missed everybody. I missed the hangout. I
miss fellowship. Yeah.
yeah, the fellowship. Everybody just enjoying and kicking back, and talking about what they want to talk about, and engaging. I really miss that. I really miss that. And I was like, man, I better not try. I don't want to miss another live again if I can't help it. You know what I mean? I was like, wow, I really missed it. But that we like to have fun on here. We like to just be silly and that kind of stuff. So I wanted to get enough people in here to kind of show you. Let's see here. Let me go back here. Get this full screen. So I'm going to explain this video. I mean, the title says it all. This
12-year-old.
So a 12-year-old stole a forklift, and this just happened. It's all over the news. I don't know if anybody's heard a little bits and pieces of it. Um, uh, the Axon police body cam. I have never really. I'm telling you, I can't say 100%, but on every little psyop that, not little, big psyops, little psyops, any Axon is, I think, one of their main body cams that they use for fake psyops. Not fake psyops, but psyops. So, but anyway, I've explained that before. I was hoping Danny would be here. I did give him a heads up because he is from Michigan. I'm originally from Michigan, but this happened in Ann Arbor. And so this went on for 30 minutes. I don't know if I'll play the whole video, but I might skip through it and get to the end. But I have to show a good portion of it so you guys get the gist of it. I wanted to show you guys the police department in Ann Arbor and how real it is. So here we go.
It's got a minor trying to stop him. Still going, just blew the stop sign at Fountain.
There's emergency traffic on Metro West.
No traffic, no pedestrians, speed 17.
I want to remind you, they're going 17 miles an hour.
That's a big forklift. That's a heavy duty one.
Yeah.
This is a 12-year-old. Okay. They're on a police chase going 17 miles an hour for 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Going through town, and listen, they're acting like they're on a high-speed chase of a stolen vehicle, like not a stolen vehicle, but like someone going 150 miles an hour. Okay. You hear them say, turning left. Oh yeah, suspect turning right or going in the middle of the road. Or it's so ridiculous that anybody could believe that a police department would be following this guy. just check it out.
With their siren and lights on.
Passing Spring. Going southbound on Spring, just went up over the curb.
Southbound on Spring.
Still no traffic, no pedestrians, speed 18. Passing Felch.
Yeah, I'm coming up Spring.
Passing Cherry. Okay, now don't get in front of it. He's lowering the hooks. Don't go in front of it.
Let me tell you, this is a mocking to the truth community. This is such a mocking. I'm just going to let you guys know this is so stupid. Dub and I laughed through this whole thing, but we watched the whole thing. It's funny.
Okay, now you call it.
Yeah, we're cross-border Village.
We got anybody with sticks?
Yeah, we're across the first. Going towards actually. Eastbound on Miller, across the first.
Pull over. Pull over now.
Pull over! Hurry! Pull over!
Yeah, we're coming from Ashley. There's Miller and Ashley. Northbound Ashley. These are about 9 miles per hour. Light traffic, no pedestrians. Okay, we're crossing over Kingsway now. 30 minutes with possible bike trip. That's a negative. Coming up south. Clear Ashley and Village. Eastbound. Common Gulch. Seven. I'll be in the area now.
Now they're probably only going about 8 miles an hour now, but it's so funny. They're following this guy the whole way. They can't stop him any other way. Just to let you guys know, it just cracks me up. It'll get down the road where you can see where they have clear.
How could they stop them?
You mean they couldn't put a roadblock up for that big thing? No, they couldn't do that.
No,
They
no
don't
way.
do that.
No way.
Not for forklifts.
No.
It's a
Forklift
big one.
is too big.
Who remembers the video out west or something where they were blocking the road and someone ran through whatever with a trailer? There was a climate activist or someone blocking the road. I can't remember what it was, but this was recent too. And then the state patrol or whoever just ran through their crap, straight through it. But anyway,
yeah, just keep watching, you guys. It's monotonous, but at the same time, it is so funny to sit here and listen and watching these cops follow behind this guy, not in front, but behind.
Traffic on Main. You might not have enough folks to make it up Main. We have a lot of traffic on Main Street. And if you were on Main Street, you got Main is out. Northbound Main. He's all over the roadway.
And that's a 12-year-old on the forklift, right?
Yeah.
East to west.
Now they're going about 5 miles an hour. But just saying.
Eastbound. Eastbound coming.
they had to blur out the 12-year-old's head. I wonder why they got to blur out that head.
Because it's a 12-year-old.
Because it's not a 12-year-old, you know what I mean? But yeah, I understand
Probably not a 12-year-old.
that. Yeah.
You might
telling
be
you.
onto something there.
We're not going to watch the whole thing, but I wanted to give you guys I wanted to lift everybody's spirits, and I wanted everybody to kind of see how stupid this I mean, we were so amused at this because they're behind this guy the whole way. I'm trying. I don't want to give out. I'm just telling you, it's just so ridiculous. At least he's got a hard hat on. That's what it looks like. He's got a hard hat on.
Looks like a frying
Approval, I can
pan.
get in front.
Still a forklift, so
Yeah.
he needed his helmet.
Yeah, he needs his helmet.
of him. Might be able to stop him.
Like, think about this. They couldn't go. I mean, this is through a residential area pretty much, not the whole time. But think about how they could not block him off. He's turning left. He's turning left on Jones Street. Blah, 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 and he's turning right. I mean, it's so ridiculous. And this is all over the news. I didn't see this until after I posted it, and it was on the side of the recommendations, and they had a bunch of videos of this one.
I want you to go around them so that there's a unit that can get a problem from the other side.
It would need to be somebody coming from behind, otherwise to lower the forks. You gotta stay in front of the forks.
You guys hear that beep in the car? Reminds me of that police chase in Oregon.
Hey, Michelle, pause it real quick. I've heard always like when they do a police chase, like at night, they're supposed to run the lights, but like chill with the siren. You know, they don't need that siren, do they? I mean, seems like it creates. All it's gonna do is create like chaos.
They do it to annoy.
Oh,
That's
remember
it.
the
That's
word
it.
siren.
Think of
they've
That's
got
it.
to. They've got to look big. They've got to make themselves look bigger than what they are. You know,
yeah.
Exactly.
'cause they have to be in control of everything, but they're not in control of this one.
And
I'm going to be perfect now. And now Detroit.
Hey, there's just something about those lights and the siren that gives you a panic attack. You know, they do that on purpose. I mean, anybody ever look in their rearview mirror and see blue lights, freaking makes your heart stop.
Right? Yeah.
So
yeah.
annoying.
Like, oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, to me, okay, you guys, this has got to be a show. This has got to be fake. I'm sorry, YouTube. This my opinion, but you're. I'm scratching my head right now.
Am 200 division. You guys want to squash?
Negative.
Well, he got past this one. Look, he's passing him on the right.
39 crossover division. He's on to 300. Do go ahead and
Okay, so now he's out of the residential area. I'm gonna skip through this, but I'm just trying to show you guys how funny it is. And now you're gonna see how much room they have.
Gauge, Adam 2 disengage.
You can pull out your vape pen and rip it.
Oh,
39 speeds are 17. Lighter traffic still continuing northbound on Plymouth. Near, yeah, I'm going to try to use the PA system to see if I'll communicate with them.
I've been trying that.
.316, you recovered. We just got to give them a location. Continuing north on Plymouth. Light traffic, no pedestrian.
okay. So I'm gonna skip through and I'm gonna show you how. Like I said, this is the 30-minute video, so I'm gonna skip through it to show you how far behind them they follow him. Okay.
and there was
Go ahead.
there was plenty of time for them to go around him, get cars in front of him, block him, slow him down, and get him stopped. But they don't even try that. They're in a residential area. They could have flooded the area with cars, put cars and roadblocks ahead. They
Right.
didn't bother to do that.
Right. So.
It's just like more reality TV.
18, no power, no traffic, no pedestrian.
Okay, so I'm now 21 minutes in.
bet he gets away, doesn't he?
Oh, you
315,
you just wait to hear the ending.
dispatch, we don't got any unmarked units out there, do we? You can
We are now 27 minutes in.
25-minute siren limit.
They finally turned the siren off. So
Hey, remember that noise in the dash cam
Continue north.
in Portland? Remember that ding dong, all those noises when that guy was, running through the parade? St.
Yeah.
Louis in that cop car.
well, there's times where they're given like those are their signal, for them to like either announce something or do something
Right.
or change. Yeah. But we've got less than. Let me see. Let me move it right along, and then I'm going to play the rest out, and you guys are going to be amazed what happens, or not.
I think somebody in the chat already gave it away.
Oh, you know what?
North 15.
Sirens are back.
He's messing with something in the cab. I can't tell what he's doing.
Sir, messing with something in the cab.
He's side window
driving.
when we were around the roundabout.
They're continuing to say, oh yeah, he's coming, about the roundabout. He's turning left, he's turning right, like they do on a normal police chase. Okay, which is just so stupid. I mean, he's going 20 miles an hour at the most. But here comes the end, guys.
K9, we're still northbound. About 18 miles an hour. Light traffic, no pedestrians. Looks like we're coming over 14 or right now. Correction on that, 23.
Sir, northbound Nixon at 23.
Still northbound, 20 miles per
Did
hour.
y'all listen
Light
to
traffic.
this with the siren up
No
like that, though?
pedestrians.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Okay.
B15 to K9 and Baker. We're going to terminate. Deactivate, and we'll return to the.
They let him go.
They let him go and return to the station after a 30-minute chase. Sure, pal.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
That's
because it's real.
And there's still a forklift stealer out there.
Yeah, a 12-year-old on the streets running down the road after
You-
30 minutes, running over signs.
Just forget about it.
I could never get that lucky, though. Telling
He
you.
just stops and gets fuel whenever he wants. Those things run on diesel. That's a diesel forklift.
So
I've heard speed chases when they get out of their county, they'll let them go sometimes. I've heard that.
This guy's going 20 miles an hour.
Yeah,
I
I've
know.
heard something with like speed cases, like on a crotch rocket. They don't even waste their time, because there ain't nothing to catch.
Right.
But yeah, not a 17-mile-an-hour forklift. What a 12-year-old.
Yeah. So anyway, I thought that was hilarious. I mean, I just had to show it because, Dub and I laughed and laughed and laughed, and I'm like, "Are you serious? For 30 minutes, They're chasing this guy down. He's a 12-year-old, which you don't want them on the road anyway, but you're going to sit there and chase them for 30 minutes and then say, let's call it a night. Let's go back to the station.
And a wherewithal of a 12-year-old to know where and how to steal a forklift like that.
Okay, and how
didn't know how to operate it.
Okay, and we all have to go backwards. I'm sorry, but Dub, I don't mean to interrupt, but how did they know it was a 12-year-old? How? Who told them?
Very
Well, obviously, they called them at one time or another, I guess.
But they didn't know when they were, well, the title says 12-year-old, so they had to have known it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I thought that was funnier than
yeah.
everybody gave it credit for. But anyway.
That's just a siren. After a while, it's like it gives me anxiety, and I don't really get anxiety that much, but I hate sirens, man.
Okay,
they drive me crazy. No, you're good. They go by our house. I live near the fire department. This is crazy.
You should have been on the Vegas Trail with us.
Oh wow. Yep.
Some videos. They
Stupid. Sorry. Stupid said the driver had white privilege, so they had to call off the chase. It didn't show up on YouTube. It only showed up in StreamYard. Anyway.
I wanted to say hello to Captain. Hello, Captain. Good to see you. Who else did I see come in? Let's see. All the world's a stage. Welcome. We were just talking about you, a dog named Boo. Good to see you. Glad you guys could make it. Anyway, I was just trying to be funny. I know it was kind of annoying, and just that's why I didn't go through the whole video. Sorry, Chuck, I gave you anxiety. I didn't mean to do that.
Honeycutt's the one that you tormented his poor dog, he said.
I'm at.
Man, I gotta turn the air. Oh, it's hot. But yeah. Anyway.
Hey, Stage. All the world's a stage. What was it you said to call you? You gave the name. What was his name? He said he told us to call him. I'm terrible with names.
You said it the other day.
See, y'all forgot too, didn't you?
Yeah.
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 Dang, it's hard. I can't remember.
So 33 minutes and then just later.
Johnny. Okay, my bad. Johnny. Yep.
But yeah. Anyway, that was my highlight of the night.
Yeah.
I just thought that's how stupid our news is. How they have to. I'm telling you, I don't care what anybody says. If they call that real, it made the news. It made several newses. They exploited it in Michigan, I'm sure. But yeah, just too funny to me. That's why I had to try it.
It's always also amusing to read some of the comments in it.
Oh, they're all buying it, aren't they? Every one of them.
Yeah.
Hey, what if I told you forklift equals 119 in the gematria stuff? Like 9/11. But anyway.
9/11.
Wow.
And it also equals 47, which is the number of the next president. But anyway, and that's why it's a big story. Think about those things. That's the only reason why it's a big story, because it equals 119 and 47. Besides that, it's just stupid as shit, and anybody with a brain can look at it and observe and see that. That was like the police chase out, whatchamacallit, where that guy ran through the crowd. He happened to pull behind a license plate that said 9/11 or 119 on it as well. Same stuff.
The numbers, though, man, that's like a big-time rabbit hole. It's like when you study masonry, that's how they speak to each other, through code, through signs, symbols, and numerology. But there's so many different ways you can code everything, with all the different deciphers, man. That's just, I could never do the numerology that much, man. My brain just doesn't work with numbers like that, which some people are really good, which, Brian, you're probably pretty good with numbers, aren't you?
I'm good with math, but the numerology shit, I just, I look at them to see what they say. That's about all it is. The fact that it was a forklift, that was just a big thing, and I had to look that word up. We know what a 33-minute chase is. We know those things, but the forklift was just the weird part of the story. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
It's not something you see every day.
No. And the fact that it's promoted like crazy like that, even though it isn't something you see every day, it still wasn't something that people even needed to see. It was just absolutely, what was that? You know what I mean? Oh, they just drove around for 33 minutes and turned around and went the other way and said, deuces.
Yeah. And then they said, "Oh, we're just going to give up." When they could have cut them off. They could have stopped them. They could have done a lot of different things. I mean, going 5 miles an hour, they could have blocked them off. You know, it's just stupid.
It's crazy.
And James Wiley says he must have been a good driver, basically, because that machine is tricky to drive, and it is. If I'm not mistaken, some of those machines end up being rear wheel steered, and they be goofy as hell when you try to turn with them, you know. And that just helps the front end be more usable. But yeah, that machine was a big ass machine for a 12-year-old to be jumping in and just being like, "Yep, I know what's up."
I'm going into. Hold on 1 second. Stream.
Yeah, Honeycut, I just saved that for later. He sent a link.
Oh. Yeah, they've changed some things around. Let's see here. That's weird.
Yeah, how would a 12-year-old figure it out and just jump on it and go like that?
Would be difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I mean, obviously training at different levels for kids is different. Like, but my 12-year-old, he wouldn't be able to jump on a motorcycle and take off. He would have no clue about the clutch. So I can't even imagine a 12-year-old jumping in a big machine like that, looking at all the levers and switches and buttons and being like, "Yep."
And wearing his hard hat. I don't know.
Safety first.
Safety first. Make sure you have your hard hat on. Oh, okay. So
what was that one story we shared a long time ago with a 5-year-old? Wasn't it, or how old was that kid?
The one that had the gun?
Yeah.
6-year-old that shot his teacher.
How old was he?
6.
5 or 6.
5 or 6.
Yeah, six-year-old that shot.
I know, stupid. Yeah, stupid. You remember that one, I know. Because he was on here. That was pretty funny.
12-year-olds are extremely smart today. That's where the show came. How are you smarter than a 5th grader?
I don't really think they are. I think they're more dumb.
I was just kidding.
Oh.
But Stupid made the comment, so there we go.
I was referring to his comment. No, because I'm like, I really don't think. I think they've dumbed down society, especially our children. But I was actually responding to his comment, not yours. He's all, ooh, ah. Dad's in construction. Yeah, anyway, sorry, that was kind of a flip-flop type deal, but anyway.
That was good.
Yeah, good. I thought it was funny. So do you want to talk about the debates? I mean, I didn't
What do
even
you guys in the chat want to talk about? You want to talk about the debate a little bit? I know they're planning on a bunch of other channels right now. But whatever you guys want to talk about is fine with me.
Can you imagine all the roads having this electric charge? God help us. Yeah.
That's what they're pushing, is everything to be electric.
I mean, that's how the railways work in some places. It's all just electric, right? So if you have a car that stays on some type of, think of like little race car tracks as kids, you know what I mean? If anybody remembers those, it was like the car had to sit on that track and then like a centerpiece followed a little groove, and that was it's electric, you know what I mean? And now we got all this inductive, whatever the hell we call that word, electric, you know what I mean? You just put your phone down and it charges through a touching, you know? So I don't know. But I do know that Ange put out a video the other day, and I watched that and made a comment saying that maybe this is all done on purpose to jack up the price of gas and gas-powered vehicles because they know that this ain't going to go anywhere, just like 3D TVs and curved TVs don't exist anymore, you know what I mean? I don't know. You got these cars now catching on fire, not being able to be put out, and nobody wants to buy these cars either. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's all something like that. It's all for a reason.
Right. I'm looking at the chat. It's so weird because, okay, so we got a new monitor, which is actually just a TV, and it's a 43-inch screen, and
That's a
like,
big one.
I like just every so often, whenever it wants to, it blacks out and it comes back on. Sometimes it'll do it like every 15 minutes, and then sometimes it'll do it once an hour or once every 30 minutes. Bless you. And I told him, I said, they're taking pictures. I don't know. It's not like there's nothing wrong with the screen. It's brand new, but it does it like whenever it wants. It's kind of weird.
I've been reading about this with these. See, I have a TV from 2007. It was like my first flat screen TV I bought a long time ago. It's so fat compared to the flat screens now.
Was it a Vizio?
No, it's a Samsung. And then my second TV is probably like I don't know, I'd say it's like a 2010 or 2011 Samsung, and I still have both those TVs, and they work fine. I hear all these stories of TVs just doing exactly what Dubs just did. All these new TVs, a year, 2, 3 years old, just giving problems and shutting off and not working right, and the panel's going bad and shit. And my stuff still works fine. And I'm sure old tube TVs still work fine too. And all these new TVs that cost thousands of
They
dollars.
do that with cars too, man. Like they want you to have to buy a new one. I think they do that on purpose.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyway, I was looking at new TVs this Black Friday, and I didn't end up buying one, but I was just looking to upgrade. We have a 55, and I was going to get a bigger one, but I just never bought none because I couldn't settle on. There's too many freaking choices. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy. And then when I start reading those reviews and then hearing stories like that, just right now, right as I was looking at those things a couple days ago, excuse me. But yeah, it's like, geez, everything is shit. And
It's
maybe
just
be
weird.
just thrown away.
It's weird to me because I've looked back on the lives to where it does it like, so often to see if it shows on the screen, and it doesn't. It doesn't glitch out on the screen, but it just does periodically. It's weird.
Yeah, who would have ever thought, like 10 or 15 years ago that a phone would be a utility expense? These phones are $1,000 a piece. It's just crazy. When I grew up, man, we didn't have phones or nothing like that.
They came around when I was like in high school a little bit, but they were just like your basic flip phone, LCD, like no color, none of that shit. You know what I mean? Like a calculator.
No internet or anything like that.
Yeah, none of that stuff. And you had to pay by the text message. I hated that. I didn't like text message, but one time I had someone on my plan with me, and she liked the text message like crazy. And I was like, what the hell? How can you see it? Call that person. Sit there and say, hey, hi, LOL. Be right back. Or whatever, all that stupid stuff.
We're taking a picture and looking at that little tiny screen. And we thought that was great.
Yes, some of the old phones, like Kia Sarah Slider. That was like my first cell phone, I think, in high school. But anyway, it's just crazy. Now we got crazy cell phones, and yeah, they do cost $1,000+ and yeah, you supposedly have to have a damn cell phone number to do everything anymore, and it can't be a house phone. It has to be a cell phone number because they got to send you a code right then and there that you have to type right back in online to verify you're who you are. Even though you made the account with your email, set up a password and everything, they have to have your phone number to verify you.
Man, the passwords are the worst. You can't even create your own password. They say you got to have a certain number, an uppercase. You got to have a symbol in there. It's got to be 12 characters long. It's like, who in the world can remember that?
Right?
And then you can only have it for a little while, and then they make you change it. To me, when they do implement a mark, people are going to be like, no more passwords, and people are going to be begging for it. Just so many reasons, why they inconvenience everyone.
Right.
I hate stuff like that.
I wanted to say hello to Cormac. Good to see you.
Oh, he's here. Cormac, what's up?
Yeah.
But Michelle, when you send me the link to the live stream, I mean, I have to sign in with my email and I have to put my password and everything. And
Really?
it's weird because sometimes, like when Sergio does a stream or whatever, and he gives me a link, you don't have to put a password in there.
It's
And
because
I don't understand.
it's iPhones.
Yeah, but I haven't. Oh, because he's doing iPhone doing it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
To do anything with YouTube besides just have a basic account, you got to give them your number. To like make your own thumbnail for a video, you got to give them a number. Upload a video longer than 15 minutes, you got to give them a number. Do certain things like certain whatever you want to call it, things that you can do with your account. I don't know, give them a number. Like, what was it? It was Kip's video the other day talking about pinning a comment. You had to give them your number or something
Yeah.
along those
You got to
lines.
build a history. And I
For
mean,
that,
they took it away from me. I was able to do it for a long time. And now, remember, Michelle, you were like, pin the comment. And I was like, I can't. It won't let me do it anymore.
Yeah, I tried to pin my comment today and it wanted a verification. I was like, nope.
Yeah, Rhonda says what she said, and then I like to add to that on your own internet at your own house. You know what I mean? Like, holy cow. But anyway.
Yeah. It's crazy. I had a customer wanting to get into his email so he could transfer his contacts, his Gmail, transfer his his contacts to another phone. And so he was an older gentleman, so I was doing it for him. And he finally remembered his password, got his password, and then they said he's gone through several phones, and so there was no way for him to pull up anything, even though we had the right password. That it kept going back to his old phone that he didn't even know what it was, and so there was no way to get back into his email account to put his contacts on his current phone because they make it so difficult. It's just ridiculous.
Yep. Stupid. That's what I was saying. He says, I'm not worried about the passcodes. We'll have facial recognition. It'll make life so much easier.
Yeah.
That's what you're going to have to be connected to the Internet of Things, or you're going to be shunned from society. And,
I don't talk to a lot of people, so luckily I don't have to worry about many phone numbers and names to,
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
transfer.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you're pretty old and you don't know how to
tech savvy.
Right, yeah. So anyway, that's kind of how that went. But I tried, and they made it where it was impossible for him to, even though he had the right password, they made it where he couldn't get into it anyway. So it didn't matter. So
Greg Locke losing his mind.
we're gonna go ahead and go with Chuck's short video that he posted.
Did you see that? Save $66 on YouTube TV. Anyway, that was a little advertisement. She clicked out of it real quick.
Say that again.
It was save $66 on YouTube TV.
Yeah.
Subscription. Anyway, 66. Just saying.
Yep. Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna talk about this a little bit and see where it goes.
Yeah, it's real short.
I don't care what you say. I went to the moon and back, and everyone that's a scientist knows it.
The science doesn't lie.
Hey, want to show you guys something real quick?
This isn't it.
I thought it wasn't.
No.
I thought it wasn't.
That's just where I found flat Earth in the Bible. It's in the Matthew's Bible, like the 1500 edition.
Okay. Let me find it. Let me find it. Let me find it.
It was the one right before your live stream update this morning. It's the most recent one besides that one.
There it is. Got it. All right.
Hey, if you want to, Michelle, we can if you want to go through a little bit of it. I mean, I know a bunch of people are posting highlights. I mean, if everybody on chat or whatever you guys want to do. I mean, I only have like about a 30-second clip of it.
Yeah, I that's what I was thinking earlier because I don't know anything about it, and so if any do you have a link to the debate?
Yeah, I'll find it. Yeah, look, Brian, see if you can find it too. I mean, it's a lot of channels posted it. Let me see.
Because I think that would be more interesting than just playing the short version.
We could stop it as we go through it and stuff. Yeah.
Sure.
Well, I don't even know who it was. I seen it when you played it, and that was all I seen of it.
I don't know.
Vincent Rhodes shared it. Let me find his channel real quick.
I don't know who either one of them are, so I guess that's a good thing.
I know you've seen him when you see it. Here it is. Let me share it with you. The audio is not great, but it's not bad. Okay. Let me share it with you.
Skip the first 40 minutes, someone says.
Yeah, we can do that. Okay, I set the link in the comments.
Rhonda says. Sorry.
I heard that channel Jeranism had a better quality. Let me pull that up. See if you can pull that up, Brian. Can you pull up? I'm not sub to him, but that guy Jeranism, his channel. He did the debate last night, and his supposedly was better quality.
All right.
Yeah, Rhonda said the first 40 minutes is just music, church stuff.
Okay. Thank you, Rhonda, for that.
You can play mine while he's if you want to play just like I have like the end of it, what happened at the end.
Okay.
If you want to play that, it will be real quick while he's finding
Was it the Super Show, Pastor Dean Odell right there?
Yeah.
9 hours and 16 minutes. Holy
9 hours.
Right.
9 hours.
Y'all get some popcorn.
I don't want to go 9 hours.
We can skip through it. I mean, till you get to I want to hear Greg Locke, because we all believe that the Earth is level. So we'll listen to like what he was saying.
Okay.
9 hours. Wow.
Let me click on his channel to make sure.
Yeah,
Because that was 13 hours ago yesterday. That's what it says. Dean Odell. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you got to go to an hour and about an hour and 40 minutes. Yeah, go to an hour and 40 minutes, and that's where it starts. Michelle.
Okay.
Hour and 40. About an hour and 40.
Here, we have people outside that aren't happy to be here. Not sure why they showed up, but they're here nonetheless. And I promise that everyone will be well protected and respected tonight in this discussion and in this debate. So I want to say just a word before I bring up my friend, and I do mean my friend. Many of you don't know anything.
He wasn't his friend at the end of it.
Church. I know you're finding bathrooms, and we're pretty high-tech redneck around here. We've been in tent church for 4 years, and so a lot of people aren't used to that. As it gets a little cooler, we'll.
Hey, let me say something, Michelle, real quick before you start.
To a comfortable.
A little bit of background on that guy right there. Probably about 12 years ago, he came on the scene on Facebook. You know how somebody will be this elevated all of a sudden. You know, like the guy north of Richmond, that guy, Brian. It's like all of a sudden, just out of the blue, somebody gets put on the world stage. You know what I mean? And
okay. What's his name?
Greg Locke.
Okay, so
right
this
at the top, yeah, Greg Locke.
Okay, so this one's Greg, and the other one is Dean.
Is Dean Odell? Yeah, Dean Odell's one of the big YouTube flat Earth preachers that came out like 2015 or 16. But Greg Locke, he came out on the scene, and it had to do with, he was saying some controversial stuff with, I think it was Obama way back in the day, but he was telling people good stuff about conservative views, you know, and he got elevated, and he like literally became famous overnight. And I mean, I never followed him other than people would share certain videos, like Facebook videos or YouTube videos. of like where he's like commenting on some kind of a political issue or whatever. But he came out a while back, and evidently he's got a big church and got a whole lot of money, and supposedly he slept with like secretaries and all kinds of crazy stuff like that. But he's very passionate. Kind of reminds me of Steven Anderson. But anyway, just wanted to share that. And you go ahead.
Okay.
Level
The audio not loud enough? Yeah, I'll make it.
Was that you, Brian?
No, that's not me.
Okay.
Louder.
And let me just say
Thank you for
this. Not everybody's here for a flat spherical earth debate, right? Some people are here, maybe you're searching, maybe your mind's already made up, or for some of you, maybe you're here.
Hey, Brian, will you do me a favor and mute?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine.
For the wrong reason. Let me just say this. If you're here for the wrong reason, would you please let everyone else enjoy what's going to happen tonight in the house? We would
Tell me if that's
appreciate
better.
that very, very much.
Let me know how the sound is.
As Christians, and I have...
Yeah, that's way better. We were just hearing the kids. That's okay. I love hearing the kids.
See, that ain't me. That's the TV talking.
That's
That's what I was
Jaron.
trying to say
That's
the whole
Jaron,
time.
the host of it, Michelle, asking if everybody can hear it.
But I do hear my kids in the background, so I will mute.
Okay.
to talk from a Christian perspective because I'm a Christian and I'm a pastor. And I know not everybody in the room is a Christian, nor am I forcing that upon you. We'll both preach the gospel tonight. We're gospel preachers. We're not heretics. We believe that Jesus is not a way, but the one and only way to the kingdom of God. We believe that in this room, okay? Now, there are some things that we are worlds apart on. Worlds apart. There are things that we're worlds apart on, there is no doubt. And we'll discuss those things. But listen to me very close. We have a lot of live stream cameras going.
Audio is
all
off?
of our platforms.
Oh, yeah,
many
that I
other
can help.
platforms,
That's
Pastor
them.
Dean's platform.
Huh?
That's the narrator, Michelle. That's not Brian talking.
Okay.
And so there's a lot going on. There's a lot of working parts tonight, right?
Thank
We
you,
got
guys.
security. We got all of that. We don't want to have to quiet anybody down, okay? We don't want to have to, drag anybody out. And so let's just all be friends and family. Listen, the worst thing about this culture, one of really the top 3 worst things about this culture is we think that disagreement is automatic discrimination.
That's true.
We can disagree and be okay about some things, right?
Hey,
At the
one
end of
real
the day,
quick, Michelle.
God's right, right? God's right. I'm not.
Hey, real quick. The channel that it's on is Jaronism. I know most people know him, but if you don't, he is not a Christian. He is an actor. He had the guy, his show, the guy that went to Blaze TV. What was his name? Anybody in the chat know? Anyway, he's just another big time actor. I mean, his channel's got well over 100,000 subs.
He was also on the mockumentary.
Alex Stein used to be his guest host, and he's a mainstream on the Blaze TV with Glenn Beck. So all this stuff is just a production show. All these channels that are showing it are, in my opinion.
What's his name was on the mockumentary on Netflix. Whatever that, I forget the movie, what it was called. But you had Mark Sargent, who lives in his mom's basement, who followed him around. Then you had Patricia Steere say that she was a tranny and all those things, even on the mockumentary. Not even joking. These are the things that they said. They ended it with some laser test where they didn't do something right, because obviously we see too far, and we know that's the case. But Jaron's like, will you believe it if it's not what it is? You know what I mean? Like trying to insinuate that it's not even flat. That's what they ended the mockumentary with, in my professional opinion.
Yep, Gypsies said Stein is one of them. Yeah, he didn't know they were connected. They're all connected. All these people. I mean, you got Dearth, Jaronism. I mean, even the non.
Him.
Yeah, he is a comedian. Yeah. And then the comedian guy. What's the Owen Benjamin? I think he's like connected with them, and all of these people are. Right.
Not right. He's not right. You're not right. They're not right. It's not us and them. And so listen very, very closely. I'm going to talk, and our people know I cry as much as I preach sometimes. So it's a weird context to cry in, but let me just share something with you from my heart that I think is important, and we're going to get started, and we're really going to have a good time tonight. Might get lively, might get a little dicey, but it's going to be fun, right? It's going to be fun. We're going to let the Word of God do its work, and we're coming tonight from a strictly Christian perspective. But listen to me. As much as in this room there are great levels and varying degrees of disagreement, understand that at the end of the day, we want to leave being friends, being Christians, being somewhat unified as we can. We will, as believers, attack perhaps ideas and ideologies, but we're not going to tolerate attacking people and attacking individuals, okay? He's not here to attack me, and I'm not here to attack him. Now, both of us have very demonstrative personalities. And so both of us will have to harness ourselves a little bit, and that's okay. And that's just part of who we are. That's why God made us. And perhaps that's the reason that God of the universe put us up here on this platform and maybe not some others, because we know when we can really mash the gas and, as the young people say, go ham. And we know maybe when we need to dial things back a little bit. So the context for why we're here tonight is, it's not that I didn't know what he believed about the earth and he didn't know what I believed about the earth. We've been friends for a while, and I've preached for him at the Skyfall Conference and had a wonderful time.
See, they preach together. They're close. They're connected. You know what I mean?
Sir Fev, that was just called a mic drop. Neil Tyson taught him that.
Cosmology, nor did he ask me to, right? And so we knew where each other was. But however long ago it's been now, it seems like months, but I guess really only a little more than a month, I had my now famous rant in a Sunday morning message for about 12 to 15 minutes, because you have to understand, as a local church pastor, there was just a lot of division that began to creep in various ways and various people. And I thought, you know what, I'm just going to kind of nip this. Now, I'm a guy that just kind of gets up and says what I feel pastorally needs to be said, but here's what I under-anticipated, right? I under-anticipated on both sides just how passionate people are in many ways about this issue. And so I really picked a scab inadvertently and found out very quickly that there are people on both sides that don't just have a little bit of belief, but a lot of belief, right? And a lot of passion behind those beliefs. And so all of that being said, all things being equal tonight, we are not going to, as the old timers say, fix Rome overnight, okay?
Hey, Michelle,
I'm not going to spend the entirety of my time trying to.
I was getting ready to say that Rome, you see how you just mentioned it? This is nothing more than a Roman bread and circus. Like that scripture, I wanted you to play that scripture from Ecclesiastes, but it's just all vanity. You know what I mean? It's like just the new modern WWE. You know, you have the good actors and you have the so-called bad actors. It's the same thing. There's nothing new under the sun.
And just so you know, I'm muted, so that's why I'm not saying anything. But yeah, I agree. Anyway, let's do it.
Convince you of my position, nor he is. What we're trying to do tonight is draw some simple conclusions from the Word of God and say, what is the Lord really saying? And for those of you who aren't Christians, I want you to understand that tonight you're going to find out, both from this man of God and from myself and from the Bible, regardless of where we are cosmologically, you're going to find out that there is a God in heaven that loves you deeply, and Jesus Christ died for you. He wants you to be saved. There is only one gospel, and it is the death, the burial, and the resurrection of Jesus Christ. And drove a long ways to get here, many of you, and so it's going to be a good time. Kind of give us just a working idea in the ministry of how you were led into this.
Already, he's got the bad mic.
And hey, real quick, Michelle, the guy speaking is the same guy that says he talks to Jesus in the morning audibly. Well, while he's having coffee. Just saying.
Yeah.
He says Dino goes on for a long time. Gypsies, where should we start it at?
Fix his audio.
Hold on. Gypsies watched the debate, man. So give us a timestamp of where to start at. Because it's a 9 hour. So we're definitely going to have to skip around.
Does anybody pick up a guitar and play it?
Why am I getting attacked in your chat today for some reason? There's 2 people so far talking junk. Well, I mean, I don't know what I've done. Anyway.
Really?
Yeah. One of them left. One of them was flat earth stuff. There's 2 channels. 2 different ones came in. I thought one, I didn't know the other one, but he was talking junk, and then he left. And now SIREF 2010 is talking junk about me. And I don't even know who these people are.
I did see the guy earlier, and then I kind of picked up on Sir Ev, but I wasn't sure if he even knew what he was saying, so I just kind of ignored it. But yeah, the guy earlier, I was like, all right. I couldn't remember that channel so much, and I remember
it was a
what he was
copy
saying.
of the other one. It wasn't the other one's pretty nice guy. He puts a lot of stuff out, but that guy had the same name but a different avatar.
Yeah, he was saying we all suck, and
yeah, saying we all suck.
You're a disappointment or something, and all.
Yeah, and I'm a disappointment.
To the class of 2013, he said that at one point too. So did he graduate in 2013? I don't know. That's one thing that one channel said.
I mean, I'm just like I said, I'm just a truck driver out here. I just share stuff. I mean, I'm nobody. I don't know why nobody follows me. I don't try to get anybody to follow me. I don't try to teach anybody or anything. I'm just out here hanging out with you guys, just like we all are.
So you're saying you don't have like 6 links in your YouTube page like Jaron does that we can go donate to and follow you?
I don't make any money. I work for a living. I'm a slave like everybody else. Gypsies, man, don't leave us hanging. He was going to give us a timestamp somewhere to start it. This was a 9-hour video. Anybody in the chat that watched it, if they know a good timestamp or whatever. Okay, if Rhonda says, listen to Dean Odell for a little while, Michelle, to get his history.
Okay.
Fix it. We can't be the only ones noticing.
Glory of God was around
There
me
we go.
as I walked down the aisle. I remember stepping out of the aisle. I don't remember walking down it. And I got up there with the pastor and prayed and accepted Jesus. And I was powerfully born again and baptized not long after that. But then, of course, I got into my teenage years. My parents divorced. And so we quit going to church. And, of course, like most teenagers, I got into my friends kind of drew me into alcohol and drugs and sexual immorality. And I got into all that real heavy during my high school years and my first year in college. And so when I was 19 years old, I decided, well, I'm going to go out and work. You know, in fact, I was in Alabama. I was at Troy State University. It's now Troy. And I was really feeling depressed. I was partying. You know, I was in Sigma Chi fraternity. I was getting drunk every night and partying every night. And I was getting burnout. And I had a modeling contract, supposed to be in the first Die Hard movie and all that stuff. And so we're getting ready to do that.
That's a Christmas movie, by the way. I just want you to know that.
Yeah, that's not a connection to anything either.
Yeah, my favorite ornament's the one where he's in the air duct. And yeah. But I was going to just go work for the summer. And I was going to work for the summer and then go to Hollywood. Actually, that's where I was headed.
Bread Circus.
And God had other plans. The guy I started working for started talking to me about Jesus. And I knew everything he was saying was true. And then when he finally used the scripture from Galatians, he said, no drunkard's going to inherit the kingdom of God. And I was a drunkard, man. And I was convicted.
Hollywood is the key word.
For 3 weeks. And then somewhere on my day off, about a month into this, the Holy Spirit spoke to me. The first time I really know that God spoke to me. And he said, son, you can have everything the world has to offer and go to hell, or you can surrender your life.
Yeah.
And he actually said that. Yeah, he heard him say that. Because I've heard him many times hear an audible voice. Go ahead. He was going to be with Bruce Willis and Die Hard.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
If I went to Hollywood, what was going to happen? The Lord just gave me a vision. I saw it. And I said, well, Lord, I'm going to go with you. And I told him, I said, Lord, I'm going with you or I'm not going.
He came to the crossroads.
And so I went and prayed with my boss that day and repented of my sins and really quit the drinking and the.
Yeah, we know where he went.
Okay, real quick too. You hear what he just said?
Yeah.
He said he repented of his sins. See, that's a classic Billy Graham or fake gospel, because the Bible says that there's none good. It says our flesh is desperately wicked. You cannot repent of your sins. It says any man says he's without sin, he is a liar. And that's another one. He's got that Dean Odell preaches works, preaches law, and he preaches that when you get saved that you no longer sin. And I've heard him say that before. But go ahead.
And turn my life over to Jesus. And I've had some powerful experiences with him. Just shortly after that, I had an open vision of heaven, saw him. He called me to the ministry. That's a whole other story. But so I started preaching when I was 19, preaching on the street and witnessing to people. My first convert was a high-level Satanist witch, and that was an experience. I learned a lot there. And in fact, I've been doing deliverance since 1987. Brother. Amen. Yeah, and then, of course, then God began to progress me on and have me start planting churches, and I did that. And I've done
planting churches,
preaching prisons, and did evangelism, and did college campus ministry all over the country and stuff like that. Been to preach in the Middle East, spent time in the Middle East, Africa, the island of Mauritius, out in the middle of the Indian Ocean. So I've led a lot of people to Jesus over the years. A lot of them are pastors now, ministers now. So I've been in the ministry a long time. And so in 2008, I was in a church in Washington, D.C. I was kind of working on staff. I wasn't the head guy. And I found out that they were compromised in a lot of areas. They were actually semi-pro-abortion. It was horrible. And I knew the Lord wanted me to speak up and deal with it and confront it. So I did. And the Lord told me, he said, they're going to fire you on November 30th. It's 2008. They're going to fire you. And I said, yeah, okay. They're going to fire you. And then when you do, I want you to go back to your hometown and start a church. So they fired me on November 30th. And I went back home and we started Fire and Grace Church in Opelika, Alabama. We're right next door to Auburn University. So I'm a big Auburn fan. And that's where we started 2009. So fast forward, I preach on just about everything. I talk about the Nephilim, the giants, the alien stuff, I talk about everything. And that's why I'm going to this place, because in 2015, the Lord spoke to me about 2 months before God really opened my eyes to this. And he said, I got something else to show you, and it's big. And I thought, what in the world could it be? I mean, I'm already casting demons out of Christians. I'm already ostracized with that. I had to walk away from the Assemblies of God, just become independent, and
yeah.
And I mean, literally, he's telling you a story where he's audibly, God's telling him to do this, then to go do that. It's crazy.
It's BS.
People fall for it. What was it? Susan said, "Do we really believe these wolves?" No, we're just sitting here watching it. They just to discuss the debate a little bit. Give people background on these guys.
Yeah, we're not believing in either
they're
or.
Both puffed up. Yeah, they're both like really puffed up. You can tell. Somebody else said that too.
I said, what could it be? And so a friend of mine that had gotten saved out in Hollywood, and this guy worked with all the big folks in Hollywood. He gotten saved, and I was kind of mentoring and discipling him.
They're telling you they're connected.
No. Hollywood.
Yeah.
And we all know that's BS.
Mm-hmm.
Distance. And one day he just sent me this question. He said, does firmament earth ring a bell? Now, he's already a little strange being in Hollywood, but I was like, what is he talking about? I don't even know. So he sent me this video. And it said nothing about flat earth or biblical cosmology. It said nothing about it in the beginning, but I just started watching it. And the first part of it was a lot about NASA's fakery, where they've been caught faking stuff with the ISS and all kind of stuff, and the moon landings and all that. And I already didn't believe in the moon landing. So he sent me this, and I'm like, what is he talking about? But as it got about halfway through it, the Holy Spirit just came all over me. I knew. I said, you know what? They've lied about everything. Not just some things, but everything. And I began to see, the high altitude balloon footage, and there is no curve, and the long distance photography, and there is no curve. And we've done the experiments ourselves.
What's that?
And so I began to see these things, and I was like, wow. And then I pulled the Bible out again and went back and go, I began to realize I have believed what men had to say about
creation. Real quick, Michelle.
Instead of what the Bible.
Telling you the best The best quote is the best way to lead the opposition is to control it. Anybody that gets on the world stage, you know what I mean? You're not going to be on a platform. You're not going to be a influencer, so to speak, unless you're controlled by the enemy. Like Brian said, two sides of the same coin, two wings of the same bird. I mean, it's a production. It's a show.
Agree.
Mhm.
Should we move on? Because he's just given his history.
Yeah. Just skip through a little bit. I mean, I'd like to see Greg Locke's rebuttal maybe after, because we know everything. Everybody knows what they know.
Right.
I mean, he has great flat Earth material. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about that. He does have some good flat Earth material, just like Eric Dubay. If you just want just flat Earth material, Eric Dubay is one of the best. But he's Gnostic, or he's into yoga and Eastern religions, and he says Jesus was a hoax. So, you know.
And he was seized and arrested and put in jail. All right. So don't tell me that. You can't just.
So
decide.
you expect me to change my entire theology over one man that got turned away?
No.
Go ahead. I'll tell you what.
That's crazy train.
Why don't you try?
Oh, I
go
will.
there by yourself.
Absolutely.
All right.
Wow. No. You agreed to go with me.
Without government approval.
You agreed to go with me.
Go over there without filling out the forms and see what happens.
Why would I go without filling out the forms when I can plainly fill out the forms, buy a ticket, and go, and they will let me in?
He's talking about going to Antarctica, right?
All I say is don't talk about it until it's done. You hadn't proved a thing.
It's been done.
No.
Over and over and over.
Look,
and being done right now.
If you hadn't been there,
crazy.
Then you're just taking the word of people. You hadn't been there. Just like you taking the word of people about space. You hadn't been in space, so you don't know it's real. You just have faith in people that are telling you a story.
Okay.
Well said.
I mean, we play that game all day long.
So there's nothing I can believe about anything because I've not done it. I've not been there.
If you can't witness it with your own eyes, you have to be able to question.
That's ridiculous because the Bible says God is a spirit and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. And if you deny the reality because you can't see God, therefore you don't worship God, that's heresy. God. And we're not even on the same Christian page.
He didn't say God.
Look at it.
That's not what he said.
What do you mean, look at this? Your people are just...
We're talking about the physical world, and then you start talking about God. That's not what we're talking about.
There is no physical world without God.
The physical world is what we're talking about. We're not talking
We are talking about the physical world. The heavens declare the glory of God.
Have you been to outer space?
I don't have to go to outer space. I've got a telescope. I can look at it.
Oh, my gosh. Okay. Is this what we're doing? I'm going to tell you, Greg, I'm not doing this.
This because you have no answers.
I have given you plenty of answers. Stop. Hold on. We're stopping right now. Hold on a second. I didn't come here to have an argument. Okay? I came here to have a debate where we look at the scriptures. So
we're going to look at the scriptures.
I'm going to tell you right now.
We got to set the tone before we look at the scriptures because we got to get through all this crazy train nonsense so we can understand what the Bible actually says.
Nonsense. All right, we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour. We're flying at 66,000 miles an hour.
67.
They change it regularly. 500,000 miles an hour is through your space that you believe in, and yet our stars never change.
I know the Earth rotates one time a day, 1,000 miles, 1,000 miles an hour, and I believe in the 66. I don't know about all this. The whole galaxies. If there are people in this room that believe the Earth is stationary, but want to convince me of upward acceleration instead of gravity.
That's not true. Nobody believes that.
Sure
Nobody
they do.
believes that I know.
Nobody believes in upward acceleration in the form of misplaced gravity.
Do you hear it? No, we don't.
No.
That's the Flat Earth Society. They're controlled opposition. They believe a bunch of nonsense like a pancake.
So the Flat Earth Society.
That is not what we believe.
Okay, so y'all don't get along with the Flat Earth Society.
No.
They're, what do you call them, shields?
No.
Yeah. Exactly.
So, okay, look.
Controlled opposition.
This is what I have a hard time with. There are like 9 different models or beliefs about Flat Earth. And I don't understand who's right, who's wrong. Why is Flat Earth Society wrong?
They're talking about controlled opposition. I mean, it's like levels. You know, I mean, you get the mainstream controlled opposition, and then they put the alternative media, quote, and they're also controlled opposition. And then it just goes down level to level because they're all controlled. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Because that's pretty crazy that they would mention that. See, they want to pull everybody in because they want to give a bell to our ears and go ding, 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 ding. Oh, well, they know something that we do and turn it around. I mean, all lies. I agree.
Yep.
Wrong.
They want you on the side.
But why are you guys correct? You see what I'm saying? That's what I don't understand. And so just shouting things is not going to help. The reason people can't fathom this is because there's so many different belief systems about it. Whereas we have one model that works.
Yeah, because you've been brainwashed with it since you were born. That's why you have one model. That's what they wanted you to believe. But listen, we can go back. We can go back to the scientists who believed, the people that y'all look to for this, that created this.
I don't look to any of them.
Copernicus and all them. Look, they were thinking the sun was 3 million miles away. Then it was 12 million miles away. Now it's 93 million miles away. So don't tell me about you guys have been working on this.
That's because there's technological advancements across the ages.
But again, it's been changing all the time. And I don't believe the sun's 93 million miles away at all.
I understand that.
In fact, there's evidence to prove that it's not. So what I'm getting at is we can do, like I said, we can do this little argument right here all day long, but I didn't come to argue like this. I mean, maybe you want to make a show out of it, but I'm not here to argue like.
I just want to answer the questions that I don't have the answers to, that I'm trying to figure out.
Well,
they're very simple questions. Very.
No, you're not going to play. Look, here's what you're doing. You're playing this little game here with me. You don't have an answer. Because
I'm not a flat earther.
Hold on. I'm talking about your model. You do not have an answer as to why we've been flying through this ever-expanding universe at 500 million.
I do have an answer.
Hold on. And the stars never change in our view, ever.
That's not true.
That is true. That is true because I've been looking at it for a long time. It is true.
Well, go to the southern hemisphere and look at the same ones.
Yeah, I've looked at it. I know.
You've been in the southern hemisphere?
Yes, I have.
And you've looked up? Can you see Polaris from the southern hemisphere?
Sometimes you can. It depends.
You never can.
No.
You never can.
To a certain degree south, you can. But here's the thing. In our model, the biblical model, I believe, and we believe, that both the sun and the moon are much smaller and much lower and closer to the earth, as well as the stars.
Same size.
We believe they're the same size. And we don't believe the stars are some distant galaxies that are trillions of miles away.
Right.
We believe the stars are much closer. So when things are smaller and closer, when you move away from them, you don't get to see them because of perspective. It's anything like I've got a video I'll show you in a minute where a guy puts his camera on the ground on a flat football field and he starts walking away from it. Well, he starts walking away from it. His feet disappear first. And then he gets up to his knees and then up to his waist. And then by the time he's at the end of the football field, he can squat down. You can't see him. He hadn't left the flat football field. Right? It's a matter of perspective. And so what happens is like the sun doesn't go down. It doesn't go around a curve. It just simply gets too far away for us to see because it's lower and smaller and it gets further away. And it's actually what the Bible says. The Bible doesn't say, the King James will say the sun goes up and down. If you look the word up, it's bo in the Hebrew, and it means just to come in and go out. That's all it means. Like to walk in. It says like to walk in the front door and walk out the back door. It's not talking about going over a curve. And so again, that's what I'm talking about. Our model, and that's what we get at. I'm not. You try to take your model and apply stuff to it to ours. They're completely different.
Oh, they're way different. There's no doubt about that.
They're completely different.
And I'm not trying to amalgamate the two. There is no amalgamation in them. Okay, there's no way I can believe that the sun and moon are the same size and they're 32 miles wide. Is that
something like that?
Like
3,000 miles. The book of Enoch says the sun.
Why can't I go out in the middle of the night and get a telescope?
What?
The book of Enoch actually says the sun and the moon are the same size. That's why when you see an eclipse, it's total because they're the same size. I mean, that's in the Bible. Which some people argue that Enoch's not scripture, but it's in the Ethiopian text. And there's a lot of good stuff in that book.
Well, in the Bible, it tells us that, tells us of names and stuff like that. And
Joshua stopped the sun, and in the book of Joshua, he stopped the sun and the moon. How do you do that?
Was one of a few that walked faithfully, and God took him away because he was no more. He didn't die. So
yeah.
So what I wanted to say, we could watch this debate. I think it's a show. And then at the end, it was definitely a show.
Mm-hmm.
Who in this chat believes in we're living on a plane?
Okay, real quick before Michelle, all the world's a stage. Yes, there are 3 Enochs actually. The second 2, there's a second Enoch and a third Enoch. Those are Jewish, like Kabbalah feeling to them. There's a lot of rabbis in them. I'm talking about the first book of Enoch only. I'm not talking about the other 2. But go ahead. Just wanted to address
Give
that.
me a 1 if you believe we're on a plane. Give me a 2 if you don't.
1 if we're on a plane.
Yeah, if we're on a plane.
All right. You're going to end it right now, aren't you?
No, I'm just trying to see what the majority of the people that are in this chat, what they think.
Yes, Johnny, the first original one. Not talking about the other 2. I actually have a book on Audible. It's all the hidden texts, and it has all of those. There's books from like the Jewish Talmud and a lot of the, the Gnostic Gospels and all that. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of stuff you really have to be careful with.
the fact we were told the boat going out of our vision was it going over the curve, and that was proof. And now that cameras and stuff disprove that, and we have to be told we're not big enough now, and all these things, it's just get real. You know what I mean? That's what led me into understanding it all is we see too far. You can't sit there and deny that. I understand math. I understand the Pythagorean theorem. I know how these things work, and the Pythagorean theorem doesn't work on a ball. You know what I mean? It's a straight line with right angles, and it's used for building and all kinds of things. And a kid's jungle gym can be made out of these triangles and still be a globe. You know what I mean? So I don't know if you guys have ever seen something like that, or that movie. I don't know if it was in that movie, The Thunderdome or whatever it was, Mad Max.
Yeah.
One of those movies, something like that. They was inside it, they put those triangle pieces together and make a ball out of it. Just like think of a soccer ball's got what, octagons on it or something like that, hexagons, something on it, you know what I mean? But they do this stuff and they understand these things and they sell us garbage all day since we're a little kid. That's why I was saying the other day, watched a video with my kids. I don't know if I said it in the beginning of the stream or not, but all it was space, 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 space. You know what I mean? And then one of the things was like, we're going to Saturn. You know what I mean? And it was a anime cartoon. It was just like, holy cow, just shoving it in there. Yep. Anyway.
Yep. So what were you saying, Michelle?
So I wanted to get people's ideas, what they thought. Nobody said 2, but I don't think everybody voted.
Why don't we go to the last 5 or 10 minutes and kind of like watch the end of it if you want?
Yeah, because this is long. Let's see.
Like I said earlier, I mean, the globe Earth, the idea is relatively new within the last 100 years. And I think it all has to be in place for that end time. There's going to be a deception that's going to fool, I guess, even the elect if it were possible, but it's going to, have to do with life from another planet. Because if you read, it talks about the days of Noah as it was in the days of Noah. Before then, there were giants, and I believe, like, there were little g gods, like mighty hunters, like Nimrod. He said he was a mighty hunter, but it's gonna become like that one day, and these people are going to be explained as being extraterrestrial. So I mean, they have to have the extraterrestrial life set in place, and you can't do it without space.
Okay, so real quick again, do you believe we're on a plane or we're in round Earth? A couple of people are asking.
1 for plane, 2 for the ball.
Yeah, there you go.
Level and stationary. Obviously, there's hills and valleys. We all know that.
Yeah, we know
Yep.
that.
He made the dry land appear.
Yeah, Antarctica is like the world's shoreline.
Are we spinning or are we not?
There
That's
you go.
where he set the boundaries so that the waves can go no further. I can't remember the scripture, but that's what it says, pretty much like that. Set
So,
so the waves cannot transgress.
and
Taylor, yeah.
yeah, and so the reason for my question was that we could listen to this all day long. We know that they're all paid ops. It's a show.
That's
9 hours. It's a show.
that's the reason people watch it. People know the truth, but they want entertainment. Like in that movie Gladiator, where he's like, "Do you want to be entertained?" That's all. It's all a circus. It's all theater. People want drama. They want entertainment.
So we're going to the last 15 minutes of this
Okay.
and see what's going on.
And it's stuck on the thing, but I can turn it off like that. There we go. We got rid of it. All right, let's see here.
I do not support this guy whatsoever.
No.
Journalism. Just so you guys know, this is not
Yeah, the last 15 minutes is going to be the last 15 minutes of his show. It's
right.
not going to be the last 15 minutes of the debate.
Right. So I don't agree with
Play my video, my 2-minute video. That has the end of it and has that scripture that I want everybody to listen to. It's only one chapter. It's real short, but that's got the end of the debate.
All right. So let me go back here.
Mighty drop.
Yep. When Neil tells us that we don't live on a flat earth or whatever because of gravity. Mic drop.
Yep.
Genius, Neil. Pear earth. Oblate
Neil.
steroids.
Neil is my favorite. I'm just kidding.
Neil.
Good old Neil.
An actor, an astrophysicist, a renowned scientist. He's all of it. All of the above.
Right. I had accidentally
Yeah, stellar parallax. Who was it that made that up? Was that Copernicus or someone made that up and it wasn't real? But anyway, that's the stars moving.
I got a good question that we can throw around for everybody to answer. Why do you think some of us can see it? Because we all, obviously everybody here in the chat used to believe we lived on a spinning globe. We all used to believe it. But how come some of us can see, and other people, they just refuse to see it? It's almost like God blinded them, or you know what I'm trying to say.
right.
It's like we all used to believe that, but when we saw the evidence presented to us, we changed our mind.
Let me ask Dub that question.
What's that?
Answer it. What he was just saying.
To me, it was really, really simple. There's just 1,000 ways to tell that we're not on a spinning ball.
But why is it easy?
Some do, some don't. It's easy for some, not others.
Yeah. Why is it that some can see it and then some can't? Even though they're, seeking.
We're all at different points and different levels of understanding and knowledge and background and experience. So
but you got these theologians, man, that are scholars. They've been studying for 40 years and it's like they cannot grasp it. They just, I guess they get too puffed up.
They're all paid.
On pride, yeah.
Yeah.
They're all paid. It took me, I would say maybe a day. That was the easiest. I can't even explain it. When my son said, "Look at this, impossible," he said, "Look at it, Mom."
Yep.
And I was like, "Okay." Dub and I saw it, and we were like almost instantly on board. It was like it made sense. It made sense. Now I'm like so even more into it because I'm like it's all biblical. Period. It very much makes sense to me. But I don't have to sit there and watch flat Earth after flat Earth after flat Earth. I don't have to sit there and watch video after video after video to
You
convince
mean
me.
you
Because
ain't
I
got to have a 9-hour stream about it? And, come on
Yeah.
now.
Hey, let me read a comment real quick. There's something to being able to admit that you've been fooled and you've been wrong. There's a humbleness to it that I think a lot of people really don't have.
well, we've all been duped. I don't
Yeah.
care how. I don't care when you woke up, Chuck. I don't care when I woke up. I don't care when Dub woke up. We've all been duped. We were all there. We've all been there. You can't forget that.
Mhm.
So I do have compassion for people that are still, in the past or whatever you could say it. I'm just saying that I'm no better than anybody else. I've just been given eyes to see. And that's all I can say about that. I'm still learning. I'm still searching. I still am looking for the truth on an everyday basis. Period.
So you admit you don't know everything, right?
Oh, heck
So
no.
that's half the battle. I mean,
Heck,
just to be able to admit that, hey, I'm out here looking for what everybody else says the truth.
right. Yeah. Still searching. Still searching.
Hey, I want to tell you something. That picture on the screen, that's what the ladies that drink that stuff in the background look like as they get older. I've seen it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm no better than anybody else, but they just haven't been given eyes to see. I mean, the world is a big deception, ongoing every day, 24/7 hours out of the day. I mean, it's
Total and constant.
I mean, and it's still going to catch people that are seeking the truth. It's still going to catch their eye because they're looking maybe in the wrong places. I don't know. Maybe they should seek God. I don't know. I'm just saying it's biblical. And I know that more now than I ever used to. But I'm just saying it took me 1 or 2 days and I was pretty much convinced. I don't know. It's just to me it's common sense. So I don't need to research it. I don't need to watch a bunch of debates on people that are everything the world is a stage. Period.
Exactly.
I said, I can't even trust my deodorant right now. I'm like, is
So
this
are you unsure or are you sure?
I'm sure.
Sure.
I'm sure. I'm sure
Hey,
about flat Earth.
can I read 2 verses in Romans? Romans chapter 1, verse 19-20 says, because that which may be known of God is manifest in them, for God hath showed it to them. For the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse. Thought that was a good one.
Yeah.
We had some weird weather this weekend. We had cold weather as that full moon came in. Remember me talking about the full moons? Pay attention to that. And then the full moon's on its way out, and the warm weather comes in this time, and the spray in the skies. It's raining outside. It's so windy, and the drops sound like someone's out there just throwing snowballs at the house or something, except it's water.
Yeah.
It's just crazy rain right now in the Northeast. Anyway.
What were you going to say?
Spray.
Most everyone resists change to different levels on different subjects. And when you suggest change to someone, they're first of all going to put up the wall because they don't want to see your side of it. And you have to, in some manner or another, show them what you're seeing, what you're experiencing. But to get people to change is very difficult.
Hey, I heard the other day, just so you guys know, I heard the other day from a customer that Trump was good because he gave us stimulus checks. Just so you guys know, he didn't care about the vaccine or
Anything like that.
but
No.
it was that he was all for the people, giving us money, the stimulus checks.
Yep.
Dub and I tried. We tried to like butt in and try to say our piece, and yeah, and then I just
It
looked
wasn't
at
being received.
yeah, I looked at Dub and I said, nope, cut it off. It's time to cut it off.
Yeah, it was.
Because you're just not going to be able to get into the heads of those type of people. So
That's a really good question, though, you know. And Honeycutt had a really good answer. He says, what was it? Oh, yeah, it says, to answer the question, I believe the ones that are guided to the truth are the ones with their names written in the Lamb's Book of Life.
yeah.
It's wild.
Well, we're going to watch this, and I think it's a good one. I really liked it.
Yeah, I love that scripture.
All right, let's watch.
See.
I gave you the scriptures. He gave you his version.
It's
Well,
always somebody else's version.
Hold on. No.
This is nonsense.
You came up with your scriptures and gave your interpretation of them. I gave mine.
I gave you the Bible
I
interpretation.
gave you the
of them.
Bible. I gave more Bible than you did, for a fact, right there. All right.
Oh, really?
That's a fact.
Well, I'll tell you what. How about in your rebuttal, I'll keep my mouth shut and you tell me how wrong I was about your misapplication of the ring stamping in Job chapter 38.
First of all,
hello, is it sunrise or not?
Not at all. I don't agree with you.
Turn his mic off. Get out.
Wow.
Turn his mic off. Get out.
You're a Bible denier. You're a Bible denier. You're a Bible denier. That is ridiculous. Bible denier. Just get out. That is ridiculous. Bible denier. Just get out.
The words of the preacher, the son of David, king in Jerusalem. Vanity of vanities, saith the preacher. Vanity of vanities. All is vanity. What profit hath a man of all his labor which he taketh under the sun? One generation passeth away, and another generation cometh, but the earth abideth forever. The sun also ariseth, and the sun goeth down, and hasteth to his place where he arose. The wind goeth toward the south, and turneth about unto the north. It whirleth about continually, and the wind returneth again according to his circuits. All the rivers run into the sea, yet the sea is not full. Unto the place from whence the rivers come, thither they return again. All things are full of labor. Man cannot utter it. The eye is not satisfied with seeing, nor the ear filled with hearing. The thing that hath been, it is that which shall be, and that which is done is that which shall be done. And there is no new thing under the sun. Is there anything whereof it may be said, see, this is new? It hath been already of old time, which was before us. There is no remembrance of former things, neither shall there be any remembrance of things that are to come with those that shall come after. I, the preacher, was king over Israel in Jerusalem. And I gave my heart to seek and search out by wisdom concerning all things that are done under heaven. This sore travail hath God given to the sons of man to be exercised therewith. I have seen all the works that are done under the sun, and behold, all is vanity and vexation of spirit. That which is crooked cannot be made straight, and that which is wanting cannot be numbered. I communed with mine own heart, saying, Lo, I am come to great estate, and have gotten more wisdom than all they that have been before me in Jerusalem. Yea, my heart had great experience of wisdom and knowledge. And I gave my heart to know wisdom, and to know madness and folly. I perceived that this also is vexation of spirit. For in much wisdom is much grief, and he that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow. For in much wisdom is much grief, and he that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow.
Yeah,
Amen.
I like that one. Yeah,
Amen.
that's good.
That was like phenomenal to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the more you know, the more sorrow you get. That's for sure.
Right. Very good video. We're all quiet.
I know. I just read in the chat. Yeah, Gypsies, I don't do the non-commercial version either, so I hate when I listen to a channel and like if I want to like go to sleep listening to the Bible or something and a commercial comes on after like 5 minutes or every 5 minutes, just so annoying.
Yeah.
Rhonda, you're right about that. Ignorance is bliss.
So I don't know if I can.
It is like it says vexation of spirit. You know, when you learn a lot of these uncomfortable truths, they vex your spirit because you have all these loved ones in your life that just don't get it. You know what I mean? And you can't share it with the people that you're closest to because they reject it. You know, because they still have scales on their eyes, and you know, only God can take those scales off. That's just frustrating because we try to, you know, force what we've learned with people that don't want to hear it.
I was going to try to play this video that.
This one Honeycutt sent earlier, I think.
Yeah, but I have no sound. Doesn't sound like I do. No. Have no sound.
Maybe
I'm not.
Okay.
It's because I'm not an Instagrammer. Probably. What do you think?
Yeah, Honeycutt, you can drop that link in the comment again if you want, and you guys can watch it later if you want.
Yeah, it's not gonna play.
Rhonda, it is very frustrating because the ones that, think about it, the ones that you're the closest to are the ones that reject you the most. You know, I've had better luck, you know, talking to people that live across the flat plain, you know, that live 1,000, 2,000 miles away than people in my own household. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and I had an aunt that lived in Ann Arbor, and I lived in Jackson, Michigan. I was born in Jackson, actually, just so you guys know. So
Okay, cool.
I was just seeing some people in the chat.
It kind of reminds me in the Bible where Jesus said, "A prophet hath no honor in his own house." You know, he didn't reach anybody in Nazareth where he grew up because they're like, "We know him. He's the carpenter's son," or, you know what I mean? It's like, "We know you," and it's like people that I've grown up with my whole life. They're like, "Yeah, he was that f up, you know, that used to do this or used to do that. We've known him since he was little." So you're not going to have any credit with people that have known you your whole life. People of your own house will be the ones. As a sister-in-law would be put against her own mother, and the brother against his own dad. You know, that's what it talks about. It's pretty wild.
Gypsy says, just as Paul said, I consider what I've lost during the comparison to what I've gained in Jesus.
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah, the division is going to be, you know, we're experiencing so much of the division. At least we have the knowledge that it's there. Hi, Kip. How are you?
Thank
Good
you.
to see you. Good to see you here, Kip.
Yeah, you missed it, man. Good job.
Way to go. I'm just kidding.
I'm just kidding too.
No, you know, it's crazy. Oh.
That's why you just have to show them grace. You know, it's all about grace. You just gotta love them, and just when they do have questions, just be willing to answer it the best you can.
Right? Yeah. Brian?
Yeah, that's kind of what I said to Chuck the other day when I was talking with him on the phone. Was I hadn't talked to him in a little while and was just saying I made videos, and it was just like all I know I can do down here is just show the love and grace that I've been shown. You know what I mean? And I just don't want to be out confusing anybody, and I don't know. You know, not that I'm not trying to confuse anybody, but sometimes I don't think everybody understands my level of thought, and that's fine. I don't understand other people's level of thought sometimes either, you know. So that's why we're all here for our own purpose, reason, whatever it is. But yeah.
I bet we all have similar stories. You know, Rhonda was saying something about how she's a punching bag to her family on God, on certain truths. And I mean, all of us have similar stories. That's why we're all here meeting with each other, probably.
Yeah, my dad would call me a fool, and you know, he'd be like, "It's always the same." When I start talking about flat Earth or something around a group of people, I'll bring it up. I brought it up in church. I brought it up at dinner, whatever. I don't care. I'll just talk about whatever I want. But yeah, he don't like that because he believes everything he'd been told. But he never believed in that good old vax and never went and got that stuff. So that's why I wonder things too, you know. So there's a reason for that, maybe. I don't know. But then he don't believe in FE. I don't know what that reason is. But my father's generation, he's a little older, born in the 50s. Maybe that's not too old. I don't know. But and then you know, like the people right before him, they were hard workers, and I think what they showed us all is how to work hard, and they all still had the faith at that age too, because I was taken to church when I was young and things like that. Not that I take my kids to church now, but I read the Bible to them and they have a relationship. You understand what I'm saying? But that was pushed through into me from him, and that hard work and all that stuff from him too, you know what I mean? That I'm just a middle class person, if you will, the ones that they always try to leech and lurch off of and take advantage of, and I don't know, whatever. Sorry if I ramble on.
No, we'd like to hear more from you. That's why you're on here, buddy.
Yeah, it's like Cormac just said. That's what it is. It's hard to express yourself to one another. It's hard to, you know, get the thought out. It's like charades or something, if that's what I'm thinking of. You know what I mean? Like trying to talk to people sometimes. I had a video a while ago. It was like called like, "Hello, is anybody out there? Can anybody hear me?" That's what it was supposed to be, like the title of it, you know. But that's what I feel like sometimes, you know. And when my dad be like, "You're a fool," I'd be like, "No, the things you say are just foolish. Believing in everything you've ever been told and not going out and trying and testing all things and to hold fast to that which is godly, you know." And the proof is in the pudding, in the sense of our eyeballs. They don't deceive us. They do, but they don't. You know what I mean? But then when we see what we see, it's like, no, you didn't see that. What you're seeing here is a mirage. You know what I mean? So it's like, holy shit. You know? Yeah, it's just we understand truth. You know truth, and if you're allowed to understand it, you'll see it. It ain't something like what do we want to call it? It's not like a sign either. You know what I mean? No, it's like it's something else. Like it ain't. You know, I need to see a sign. No, that's not what it is. He showed you the sign and the truth of where you live and where you don't live. That's really a big one in today's world. I don't know how people can't understand that. It does blow my mind. And then the fact that that thing had a 9-hour podcast on Jaren's 100 and some thousand subscriber channel, because it's all just for some people it's all entertainment. Maybe it's not even a real thought, or it's a lukewarm thing. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I don't really care. I'll just look at it a little bit, but I don't really care. And I don't know. I just look at all these. Yeah, that's exactly what I look at that as. You know, if you're going to sit there and watch those videos and waste 9 hours and 16 minutes watching that, holy cow, God bless you. But I won't be.
Right? I wanted to say hi to Megan. Think for yourself. Love you, girlfriend. Good to see you. I just wanted to say hello. Thanks for dropping in. Yeah. If anybody wants to drop their channel link into the chat, please do. If you guys, I know Megan does a lot of true crime. She's very awake, and likes to point out a lot of things about true crime and stuff. Wonderful channel. If you want to drop your link, Megan, go ahead. Anybody else that wants to drop their link again, please do. I will never get offended if you guys do, because the more truth we get out, the better. Kip, if you'd like to do that, any of you guys. Not that we're gonna get a whole bunch off of my 44 watching, but it's something. You might get 1 or 2 subs, but the more the merrier. But yeah,
and another thing too, the truth, like God's gonna get what He wants to get out. Whether He uses us or He uses somebody else. You know what I mean? He wrote the end from the beginning. And that's hard for us to wrap our minds around. But what I mean? The people that are supposed to awake are going to. It's going to happen.
Right.
Predestination and election.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm telling you, it's, the world is a stage. We all know that. We know they're causing so much division. We have to be strong, put the armor of God on, and, that's all we can do. We can just keep putting out the truth and keep pushing it and doing what we can do, as long as they're giving us a platform, even if it's an echo chamber, which we all know. That's all. If we can reach one person, just one person, I'll sit there and I'll there's days that I come across a customer and I will go on for 30 to 45 minutes, with a customer, and they'll be listening, and I can ramble on and everything comes off my tongue like perfectly, not perfectly, but you know what I mean? It just sounds really good. And then other times I'm like, blah, blah, blah. And it sounds like I'm like an idiot. It's crazy.
Sometimes the words flow. Yeah. Sometimes it's kind of like you feel like you're given the words to say. Other times it's like when you try to force it.
Right.
Or do it in your own self. It's like blah, blah, blah,
Right. And it's, time and time again, I'm confronted with that, and it's crazy, way crazy. But I saw that Megan dropped her link and Kip dropped his link, and you guys sub to these channels. Like I said, you guys are more than welcome anytime you come on my channel to drop your link. Never will I be offended. Period. That's why everybody's giving a wrench, because
it's hard to find channels that aren't monetized. That aren't asking for your money.
Right.
That's not. Nothing against somebody that does make money, but I think when it has to do with the truth, I think your money is going to compromise it. You know what I mean? Because if you're making money off of the truth, then you're not going to want to put out certain unpopular truths, because that's going to take some of your money away. And that's why I think a lot of the preachers, when Flat Earth came around, a lot of them probably knew it was the truth, but they don't want to offend their people, so they're going to sit there and they're going to compromise on the truth that they tell. It's wild.
Yep. Sorry, I'm texting.
Freely give, freely receive. There you go.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
It's really hard right now. Huh.
Yeah, can I share a video on my I don't want you to play it, but I want to share it real quick. It's one of my videos I did.
You don't even have
what it is. I know. I just was going to let everybody know I was going to do it, though.
Okay.
What it is I shared a video out of an audiobook that's it's a brief lesson in Gnosticism. A lot of people throw that word around. Oh, well, they're Gnostic or Gnosticism, but he really explains. It's a little dry at first, but he really explains what the Gnostics, how they infiltrated the original Christian church and their beliefs, man. It's wild. But somebody mentioned the NAR church, and there's a lot of Gnostic beliefs that have seeped into that. But it's just pretty wild. It's about an hour and 15 minutes. It's just an audio recording from a book that I have. But I shared the link, and you guys, check it out. It's pretty interesting, and I guarantee you'll learn something you didn't know about Gnosticism.
Cool. Thank you for that. All right.
It's the National Apostolic Reformation Gypsies. I think that's what it is. Apostolic.
I don't know why, but as you kept saying, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, this is like the Kenneth Copeland type preachers, I think, or the the ones that like gyrate and fall around on the ground, and they chatter tongues and all that stuff. That's what the NAR is.
Gnosticism and Nostradamus. I don't know. That just came to my mind real quick.
There you go. I'm pretty sure he was. All of those famous like philosophers, like Plato. Plato was real big, and Constantine. They were real big into the whole Gnostic beliefs. What the Gnostics believe is they believe that the God of the Old Testament, Jehovah, they believe that he was a demiurge. They don't believe that he was the one true living God. They believe that he was an imperfect God that created this earth we live on. And the Gnostics also believe that the New Testament God, Jesus, is the real God. But we know that they're one and the same. But the Gnostics believe that Lucifer was trying to set mankind free and release them from that bondage of the demiurge by giving them the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. So they believe that he is the good God. Like I said, check it out. It's interesting, the stuff they believe. But like most of the elites or the Kabbalists, it all goes back to Gnosticism. The Kabbalists, the people with the white hats, or what are they called, Brian? Without saying the word, those people, the Jewish Kabbalah group, they're all back. Goes back to Gnosticism with them.
Real quick, a Honeycut said that they would like to join the panel without showing their face. They would get fired. You don't have to show your face. You can show your avatar.
Yeah, we're not showing our face.
Yeah, none of us are live. It's just an avatar. So I did drop the link. You are more than welcome to come on, and you don't have to show your face for sure. You just show your avatar with your sunflowers. That's it.
Yep.
You would not get fired.
Yeah, Johnny. Yeah, I agree. But that's them just saying what they believe.
But yeah, Honeycut. I did drop the link. If you want me to drop it again, I'll drop it as many times. Just click on the link, and then you're gonna have to go through. You're gonna have to discontinue your camera and click on your avatar, put your name in, and then enter studio.
Yeah, Johnny, I was talking about what the Gnostics in the video I shared. It's like what they believe. Check that video out. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Don't be nervous, Honeycut. Don't be nervous. It's okay. We all have stage fright when we get on here. So
I still get it.
Yeah. Not me. I'm like,
Not you.
I'm just teasing. Yeah, there's live streams that I get very nervous about. So I don't know. I'm like, oh, am I gonna do okay? But yeah, just click the link and just be yourself. We're good.
Is he backstage?
I don't know. Not yet.
Oh.
Well, yeah, no, not yet. It takes a
You're
bit.
only being viewed by millions. Yeah, they're like fudging the numbers. We really have a couple million watching.
Yeah, sure we do.
We got like 40 people watching. I don't think it's going to get out that much. I normally, for a live stream per week, My live stream maybe gets an average of 300 or so. And that's it. And that's just the echo chamber that we're in.
Yeah,
So
we're at our average. We average about 40 people watching. I'd say that's a good average.
yeah, and about 300 that I actually get about 300 views. So it's not going too far out. Trust me.
Billions and billions and billions, Michelle.
Yeah, and trillions and billions. And 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0.
Yeah.
Chuck, what'd you have, like 22,000 thumbs ups or something crazy one time?
I did a video that had like a couple hundred views, but 22,000 likes. Kip showed me that one, I think. I think it was a video he shared, and then I shared one of his videos, and we both had like 22,000 likes on it.
Well, I just screenshotted you like you had a 1,000 views, and you only
1,000
had
likes. Yeah.
no, over 1,000 likes, and you had 23 views.
I know, it's wild.
I back to you yesterday.
Yeah.
Let's see.
He said he's trying.
Yeah.
What you have to do, what it will say, Honeycut, it will say, you have to allow your camera. People, that scares people. You have to say yes. You'll allow it to use your camera, but then before you go live, it gives you the option to turn it off. It's not, when you hit allow camera, it's not going to put you live. You just have to do it. It's just something it does, but it's not going to turn your camera off.
Yeah.
If anything, you put your camera down to the floor or whatever, but it won't. It gives you the option to turn your camera off before you come on.
It's pretty easy once you try it.
Yeah. Before you even go backstage or whatever.
Cormac, you're not as ugly as I am. Believe me. That's why I don't like you. Oh, wait. Oh, that's all the world's a stage. Hold on. Here we go. Do we got everybody on?
Yeah.
You guys hear me?
We hear you.
All right, cool. I'm going to get my headset. I'll be back.
Okay. Honeycut.
Can you hear me?
I knew it was a woman. I knew it, and I wasn't going to say anything. But yeah, we can hear you. Welcome.
I know, it's amazing how many people thought I was a man.
I've never called you a man, and I didn't want to say
How do you know, though? How can you tell? You just,
Honeycut, look at it. She's got flowers.
But I didn't see her avatar before.
Yeah, she's always had flowers. So
it's sunflowers, but it wouldn't give me that account as an option. So I was like, shit, that's part of what was taking so long. But it's so nice to actually speak with you. If I may just take a second, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
I just want to say, I mean, this chat and panel, as I have commented before, has been such a blessing. I just wish I would have found you guys sooner.
Thank you. That's
awesome. Especially with a lot of these staged events and stuff. I mean, you really can't talk to people about that. We know all the reasons why. Even some of the ones that claim to be woke, if you say that it's a staged event, or like, are you crazy? How can you say that? Don't you see the pictures? I'm just like, oh God. So anyways, I just wanted to say, thank you for your time and for, creating this channel. If my voice is a little shaky, I'm sorry, I'm nervous, but yeah, just thank you. And thank you also, that we can have, just slight disagreements. But yet, you don't block me. We don't start tearing each other up in the chat.
I don't throw the
truly,
microphone at you.
Yeah, right. I mean, it truly is a safe place. I mean, I just wanted to say thank y'all.
Well, you're welcome, babe. And let me tell you, that's exactly what I want here. I don't want people to be fighting, and we all have different opinions. We all think differently. We can't be so judgmental all the time. I think we're all pretty much on the straight on the level that we all agree, on the level. There you go. Really, I mean, we have to have a lot of things in common, even though we don't agree with everything. And that's what makes it special to me, is that we can all be here and get along, and everybody engages in the chat. I believe we're all very loving people. I think we all have really big hearts, and that's exactly what my platform is for. Is that I want us to all come here together so we can either talk and release, our frustrations or what have you. I just lost her.
Oh no,
Yeah, she's gone.
I wanted to ask her a question.
She might come on. Maybe I bet maybe she backed out. She clicked the axe. You know how you hit
Drop
the back
the link
button?
again, Michelle.
Huh? There she is.
Drop the link again. Oh, she's back.
Oh, she's there. Oh, good. Did you hit the X or the back button?
Well, I was trying to see the chat, and I've never done this before. And next thing I know, I was completely out. I'm like, well, damn.
What can we call you? What name? I mean, can we call you, like, do you have a first name?
Or
it's Amanda.
Amanda. Okay, there you go.
Nice to meet you, Amanda.
Nice to meet you guys as well. And hello, chat.
That's so great. I mean, I'm smiles from ear to ear right now, just to have you on here. It's hard to get people up here, and we've had open panel
I know,
lives,
nobody wants to come on.
and nobody is like no. So when you decided to come on or said something, I was like, oh, I gotta get this girl on here, and I knew you were a girl.
Ding ding! You win the prize.
There's been a lot of times where I thought they were a girl and they were a guy, and then Chuck says, yeah, they're a guy, and I'm like, okay, oh my gosh, But,
yeah, someone asked me in the chat one time if I was a man or a woman, and I was just kidding around, and I said I identify as a dog. And the show ended before I could really answer, so I don't even remember who in the chat asked me that, but I did see them comment back saying, thinking that I was like being rude or something. So whoever that was, I wasn't being rude. I was just kidding, and then the show was over. So
look at Brian's comment. That's hilarious. Amanda, look at Brian's comment.
I'm afraid to try again because
I'll tell you, he said Amanda, a man, duh. Like a man, duh.
Yeah, I was tortured with that.
Not a man, duh.
There we go. Between my first name and my last name, yeah, a lot of things rhyme with cut. So
I would just want to say hello to Rita, one of Dub's favorite people. So Rita's in the chat. Welcome, girlfriend.
Always good to see you, Rita.
So yeah, I just wanted to say hello to her. But yeah, I'm so excited right now that you're on here.
Yeah, good to have you on.
Tell us a little bit about your story. Do you have a story, and how is it for you? Or if you even want to say anything, but we would like to know, kind of like, without giving too much away. Amanda, just, tell us how you feel or what's going on with you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've been blessed enough that I am an only child. So my parents are my world to this day. And they didn't buy the 9/11 and all of that. So the thing where we started clashing was I used to be a huge Trump supporter. I call him Thump now. But and so were my parents. And once I started finding out the truth about him and just politics in general, that's where we started clashing. So we had a few arguments where I actually left visiting them. I mean, they got pretty heated and all over Thump. So stupid, right? And honestly, I wish I could remember what it was that I said or what link I finally sent, but one day the light bulb went off for my mom, and then she started speaking with my dad, and now we're all on the same page across the board. And as I said in the comments, I truly know how blessed I am to have that, because I've lost a lot of friends.
Yeah.
And other family members, but I could not survive without my mom and dad. So
Wow.
very grateful for that. So, I've been, I hate to use the word awake, it's nauseating, but for conversation's sake, I've been privy to all the deception, but I did not know about our straw man, things of that nature that were certainly eye-opening as I was learning the truth about Thump as well. So so I'm just continuing to learn, and I quickly got sucked into a bunch of what I now know are fake YouTube channels, that you think you're getting the truth from, when really they're just a bunch of Masons themselves. And especially especially a lot of these gematria channels.
Hey, Amanda, follow the money. Always follow the money.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, especially
Right.
when they ask for money.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not saying it's bad to ask for donations, but I mean, like, some channels. Sorry.
Well, if you have like a puppy channel, or a cooking channel, or a flower
Car
channel,
channels or anything,
or
yeah.
something that, or craft channel that you're asking, oh yeah, let me show you how to make crafts. That's totally different than getting money for the truth.
So Richie's Off-Road World channel is good to go?
But
sorry.
Let me tell
Go
you
ahead.
something.
Oh.
Let me tell you something, Amanda, is that I went through the Trump thing. I was a hardcore Trump person until I woke up to the deception of the politic thing, and who really owns us, and that they're puppets. I had to go through all that, and I had a really, really, I have my best friend sitting next to me, and I talked to him several times a day for 5 years. And it got down to the point that I just told him we couldn't even discuss Trump if we were going to remain friends. That's how bad it was. So I understand you going through that with your parents, because he does. It's a deception that's beyond. It's crazy. But until I understood and learned exactly what was really going on, until my eyes were open to that, man, all kinds of doors opened. I mean, I it was ongoing what I saw after I realized and knew the truth about that. But man, and then once I learned about Jesus Christ, it just opened up so many more doors. I was like, whoa, this is like way much more than I could even imagine. But it's a good thing. But I just want to let you know that I went through that. I don't want to take away from you being on the panel. I just wanted to let you know that I totally 100% can relate to what you were saying.
Oh, sweetheart, I don't consider that taken away. I consider that fellowship, right? You were just empathizing.
Right. But
there's a difference.
Hey, Amanda, I loved George Bush Jr. back when he first got elected. I stayed up all night with the hanging Chad. Remember that? And,
Man, I saw that guy in the Canadian newspaper. As soon as I saw him going for elections, I knew we were in trouble.
And I never understood. That they're all puppets. See, and I never understood that. I didn't understand who owns us. I didn't understand who's in control. And as soon as I did, it was like, boy, man, the lights came on. And I'm telling you, I mean, they're all in it together. All of them. They're all
related.
Yeah, they're all related. They're all, cousins and sisters and brothers, and
even the celebrities to the politics, they're all related.
Oh my gosh! And all the women are men, transgender. It's just like it just never stops. They're
I
their
guess we all know Victoria's Secret now.
yeah, we do know her secret. That's for sure. But yeah, it's phenomenal to understand all that. And yes, you lose so many people. I almost lost Dub over it. I was like, oh, we can't talk about him no more. Drump, forget Drump.
You broke the seal, Michelle. You went through the veil. Like that picture of the guy going through his hand going through the firmament. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that picture.
I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, he goes through the firmament. I think that's the veil, like what they're showing us. Like they're bullshit because we all argue they're bullshit. So I'm arguing with you guys or whatever, vice versa, or with your family about their bullshit, whether or not it's true, right? So we're arguing their bullshit when it is all bullshit, but one person is not going to realize it until you break the veil, and some people don't break that veil.
Scales, kind of like, remember when Jesus healed the man and he actually said they took the scales off of his eyes.
And if I had never, like I'm telling you, my son pushed me towards just looking into truth. I mean, flat Earth and the psyops and stuff. He pushed me towards that way, and I wasn't ready. 9/11, that was a very first one. He was like, "Look at this," and I wasn't ready. But I was like, okay. Finally, after a year or two, he was like, "Mom, sit down with me and watch this." And I was like, okay. And I did, and I was like, okay.
Wow.
And then he was like, flat Earth and this and that and that. And I was like, wow. And he was the one that, well, I say he was, but God was. He's the one that pushed me towards it. But, I was finally willing to listen. And boy, now, I don't know everything. I believe my eyes are opened, but they're not opened to I mean, I have so much more to learn. But I'm telling you, once you see it, you can't unsee it. That's just the way it is.
That's the absolute truth. I mean, once now accountability comes into play. And I think that's why a lot of people run, because what this world lacks most is integrity and character. And if you don't have those, then therefore you're going to obviously, struggle with accountability. So,
in pride and being prideful and
ego,
humility, and it's just, like all of them, you just have to, it all comes together. You have to, not be prideful and not be, oh, I know more than you do. And it's, man.
Pride is the biggest enemy of truth.
Right.
Period.
I'm telling you, I just, all I want to do is to come together. I want to come together. I want us to be like, it's just one big hug. You know what I mean? And, that's what I want my platform to be. That's what I work towards. Whether I get 30 people or 15 people or 10 people, I just want us
it
to
doesn't
be
matter.
okay.
Yeah.
I want us to be in the same, I just want us to be able to hug, just give us a group hug. I'm just kidding.
But that is what's so different about this particular channel is it's not just another conspiracy channel. You know what I mean? We sit here and we dissect fake events and definitely talk about Christ. I think we got to be real careful with these rabbit holes. I've said it in the comments before, and I mean it from the depths of my soul. I'm starting to wonder if the conspiracies aren't the conspiracies, because these deep, dark rabbit holes just lead to another one that just lead to another one. There's no final destination. And in the meantime, we've spent, yes?
Remember when I told you about, it's like all battles. A rabbit hole is like a battle. You get involved in a battle and you're not seeing the war. The war is what we're here for.
Right.
And these rabbit holes, you get caught up in a battle.
Right.
Right.
And what it's distracting you from is what will make sure that you win the battle, and that's the Bible.
Absolutely.
Right. And like I've heard Kip say, can't be too distracted on one thing. And
Right.
we can't. We I've been very much guilty of that, like, oh my goodness, I gotta, I gotta make everybody know what I see, but I just think that's part of learning.
They want to keep you in a box. They want everybody to be on like team A or team B, or
Right.
I mean that, and you got to be well rounded. Because if you're too focused on one truth, you're not going to see something else or the bigger picture.
Right. And I think different psyops are made for the truther community. Like the video I showed earlier. That's a mocking to me. It's a total mocking. It's totally because the I hate to say it. I'm not saying they're stupid, but the same people are gonna believe it and look at it, and they're gonna be like, oh yeah, we're gonna chase this guy for 30 minutes, and then we're gonna just say, oh, let's all just go home and let that 12-year-old keep rolling down the road. Come on.
Can I say something about
Yes.
that?
Yeah.
Like, okay, so there's a lot of psyops out there, right?
Mhm.
So what I'm trying to figure out is, like, which one's the psyop and what's behind that psyop, and because there's always a little bit of truth behind something, right? Whether it's that or a story, something. I'm just saying, right? Because I go on one channel.
Oops. I didn't knock him out, guys. I didn't kick him out. I promise. He'll come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, come back, Johnny, if you can.
Yeah. To answer Johnny's question, it's a division. It's a distraction division type thing. Are you there?
Hello.
Hello. We
Johnny.
can see it. We can see a
The
shadow.
camera's on, just so you know.
Oh, he dropped right back up. But I think everything that they show. I mean, I'm talking local news. I mean, ongoing. Dub constantly goes into a lot of different angles than I do. I'll come in. I'll be outside for. I stay outside a lot for a lot of things, and I'll come inside and he'll be like watching like 50,000 local news channels about different stories. And I'll be like, why are you doing that? And he's like, but look at this, look at that, look at this. I'm telling you, it's an ongoing 24/7 distraction. They have to keep the news, whether it's real or not, they have to keep it going. And
90% of the time, it's not real.
99% of the time.
Yeah.
Harry,
It's
Harry
not
is
real. And to get people to understand that what they're seeing in the news is fabricated. And that's a hard sell on
probably
most
in
people.
social media too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
More so in social media. There's so much social media that's just plants.
All right.
But what's
Now I
hard
can hear
for
you
me,
guys.
Yeah,
what-
we can hear you, Johnny. Go ahead.
It's really
what's
low.
what's hard for
Give
me
me a
to
second. I
figure
can't hear.
out. Oh,
He's trying to. I think he's trying to figure out his camera. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
he's trying to figure it out.
Go ahead, Amanda.
is are they is it like the pool where they're filming space, these wars, or are there really innocent people that are involved in this? I know a lot of it is staged, but I cannot say for sure because I'm not over in these countries that really no one's dying. And that's what I've really been asking to have the most discernment on, because it is it's a mind game. The battle is in the mind, you know. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you truly believe that no innocent people are being harmed?
I'll give you my take, and I know that Chuck has a good rebuttal on that because he has a very good outlook on the retainer and all that kind of stuff. Let me say this. You you can't mix fake with real, and you can't mix real with fake. So if you're going to have a psyop, you can't have 110 over here with fake, and you can't have a 10 over here with real and say, okay, all your fake people come running out and all your real people mix in, because they're going to have it's going to be too much of a, how would you say it, Dub?
It just would not work because
It would not work because
you
you're going to have too much liability there.
Right.
So you have to be
in control.
Right. You have to be in control of this situation. Now, as far as our news goes, and as far as say Israel's news goes, and as far as China's news goes, as far as Russian news goes, let me just tell you this: what they tell Russia or China or Israel, their news, they don't let us see what their news is, and vice versa.
Right.
So we could be we could be getting bombed. Just say per se, we could be getting bombed by China right now, and over there in Israel they could be saying nothing's wrong, or vice versa. And I've seen videos that there is nothing happening over there, but you know what? They don't release anything that they don't want out. They control the media. They know exactly what's going on, and they can cut it off when they want to, and they can put it on when they want to. With that being said, Chuck, what do you have to say about that? Yeah.
Amanda, this is really my thoughts on this. I do believe that people die every day.
Yeah.
People get shot, and I drive for a living. I see car wrecks and people die every day, but there's a world outside of the news media. All of the news media is a production. And I also kind of think that there's a restrainer that's referred to in the Bible where, the devil cannot harm a hair on your head unless he gets the permission from God. Just like with Sodom and Gomorrah. You remember when, Abraham was talking to God and he said, well, if there's 20 righteous people here, will you destroy it? He said, no. And it went down to 19, then 18. And he basically said, if one of God's chosen people are here, the city's not going to be destroyed. So I don't think these princes and rulers and elites have power like they portray it. They use fear to control the masses. Fear is what feeds the beast system, in my opinion. So I just think that that's what they do. They manufacture like drama and chaos. They try to bring order out of their chaos that they manufacture on the Black Mirror, the TV screen. And I think that's how they do it. They rule us by fear.
And let me say this, I do not, and I don't know if anybody will agree with this, and everybody might think I'm crazy. I don't believe in a false flag. Okay, so a false flag and a psyop is a hoax is a totally different deal. A stage event and a false flag. I don't think I've seen a false flag. I'm not 100% sure, but a false flag means that the government will kill a bunch of people doing a psyop, per se.
Right.
That's a false flag. Okay.
Yeah.
When it's a staged event or a hoax, so far that I have seen in everything I've ever looked into, everything, I have never seen a death. And to me, it's a hoax. Like a Columbine, 9/11. They have these things so planned out. They clear the buildings, Maui, Lahaina, all that. They've got it all controlled that they can't kill people. Chuck?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Well, that being said, I have seen, some conflicting information about that SS Liberty. I mean, if we're truly going to, go by that principle, then to be honest with you, I don't think that happened.
And we talked about that, Michelle. She mentioned that she could. She's right. Yeah, you're right. You're right about that.
And that's the live that I missed. And remember, I commented, "Where is it?" And that's the one that you couldn't keep up. So forgive me, I didn't know your perspective on that. But I'm just saying, I see a lot of people talking about it, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm not so sure that happened.
Well, let me tell you, and the more I think about things like that, okay, so when I presented that live, I got taken down 50 times. I mean, they messed up my whole live, and then it was done. Let me tell you, you're talking about military. You're talking about the U.S. military. Can you really honestly think, and you have to like step backwards. Anybody that's ex-military and is going to come out and start speaking out against Israel, you got to kind of think. You got to kind of think who really owns us.
If it didn't happen, the only other scenario is the Albert Pike's 3 World War scenario, so that we can have that come into play later on to use it as a reason to start something.
I think it's to cause division, and that's a learning curve for me because I was like so into it. I can't tell you if it happened or it didn't. Even Dub was into it. I don't know what he thinks right now. Everything that we look into and look back on that is being pushed and presented, I'm telling you, we have to question all things, and we have to be very careful, because the world is a stage. I mean, I'm telling you, I cannot, how can these guys come out on the USS Liberty and all of a sudden they're okay? If they really wanted to shut them up, these guys would not be 80, 85 years old right now speaking out and saying, oh my gosh. I'm just telling you, it's to cause division. And it's, like I said, it's a learning curve. It's a learning curve for me, maybe for Dub. I don't know what do you think on that?
I still stand that everything that I've seen on Liberty, I agree with. I think there's too much documentation, too much consistency. It's been brought forth not to us by the media, but by different organizations. And I believe it's a real event. I knew of the event when it happened. I didn't know a lot of details until recently, but I do know that it, in fact, did happen. I didn't know details till recently, and the details that I've seen, I agree with.
So we're at that
Can
point.
somebody tell me the story of that? Because I don't know if I looked into that. Sorry, Michelle.
Do a brief overview of it, Dub. Dub, do a brief overview of Liberty.
Please.
Basically, they say that Israel blew up one of our ships.
Oh, I heard about that the other day, but is that in a newspaper from when it happened, or is that just on the internet that they put?
They kind of scrubbed it. Yeah, they kind of hid it from everybody.
They scrubbed it, and now it's back in the news, and all of a sudden it's hitting the airways.
And I believe it's back in the news because the captain of the ship finally, when he retired, he announced that what really happened, some of the details of it, not just a brief overview, but some of the details. And then that allowed some of the other shipmates to come forward with it, with their information. But so far, everything I've seen, there's no contradictions from one survivor to another survivor to another. I have not seen any contradictions. And that's one of the first things I look for is contradictions.
Keeping the lie straight is hard to do.
Yes, it is. Very difficult.
Well, I
What's
just
another
recently.
example of
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, sorry.
No, you're fine.
I was just wanting to ask Dub, what's another example of a situation that happened like that?
There isn't any, but this happened through the during the so-called 6-Day War, and the Liberty was a spy ship uh, picking up communications of all sorts, and it had picked up communications that something they were going to blame on uh, Egypt was in fact done by Israel. Israel made the first attack in the 6-Day War. It's always been said that Israel was attacked, but Israel uh, made the initial contact and the initial starting of that war. And basically, it was to gain ground for Israel. And that's what happened.
Well, interestingly enough, there was a live stream on a different channel earlier that supposedly one of our ships was bombed. They said they didn't know if it was a missile or if it was by a drone, this and that. And of course, this was a few hours ago now, but at the time I started trying to find videos and pics, and all you can find are far away, just a still picture. The boat looks completely intact. You just see a bunch of black smoke. So something that can be easily faked. So if something like that happened, then there would be so much footage that would be going viral right now. So the fact that there isn't any of that and hardly anyone even knows that it happened, even still, I doubt it. And I think the timing of the Liberty suddenly coming out and then today suddenly one of our Navy ships have been hit is just a little too close together in timing for me. Things that make you go,
Was that the Liberty or was that the Gulf of Tonkin?
Well, they're saying that it was in the Red Sea that was bombed today.
Okay, so they're talking about a supposed event today.
Yes, today in the Red Sea. Supposedly one of our naval ships was either, they said they didn't know if it was a missile or a drone, and then supposedly a cargo ship elsewhere was attacked by a bunch of little boats by one of these terrorist groups.
I personally don't believe any of that until I see documentation. Because supposedly U.S. and Israel are continually bombing in Syria, and they're bombing in Iraq. They're supposedly bombing Iran surrogates in Iraq. Supposedly, the other day we had 66 attacks on military bases in Iran. And until I see something else, I put that in the same category that I have Ukraine, Russia, and Hamas, Israel.
Okay, so this is probably going to get me in trouble.
Yeah, probably so.
Yeah. So, kind of the timing of everything, and that we've never seen anything on the USS. uh, you know, when I saw it, and listened to it and watched many things on it, um, my emotions went into it big time. The timing of it, what I'm going to say right now, I think is very crucial. I don't know. Um, I think it's very coincidental. I think I just think anything military. I have to give me a second, Dub. And like I said, it's not going to be popular with my best friend sitting next to me because he totally believes the opposite. And I'm not agreeing with anybody here on the panel. Nobody's influenced me. I'm just coming up with my own thoughts here. That if you look back, if you look at the military, you look at the government, the governmental ran police that we have, and what the crap they put out on the body cams and all this BS. If you are in the military, I just you have to really think back, because if you're in the military, you take an oath, retired or not. And I might be wrong. I just think now that everything's being exploited, because I'm telling you, I was like, I've got to show this stuff. I'm not so sure. And everything that we've been presented with, wars and this and that and the other, our history, everything has been a lie. Why all of a sudden is this going to peak out and not be a lie? And I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying, and I'm telling you guys, I'm in trouble for this one.
It's not all of a sudden. Most of the material that came out on the Liberty came out 9 years ago, not recently. The first information that actually came out on it was 9 years ago, and there had been organizations formed, and some of the military that were on the ship now are old enough that they feel like they can speak out. And if they want to put an 80-year-old in the brig, they're saying, okay, I'm going to take that risk. I'm going to make the chance now.
Hey, Dub, real quick. Let me add this to your story. I think that what you're like, I believe kind of like with 9/11, think about it, the towers came down. I think Israel did bomb a ship, probably, but I think they controlled and got ahead and used their people, and they control the narrative. So it's not going to be the way we believe it to be, but I think that's kind of how they do it. You know what I mean?
The U.S. government, from the president down, took Israel's side and downplayed it. And when the president downplays something, it gets downplayed. And none of the information that I've seen on the Liberty came from any type of news or media organization. It came from individual churches, individual organizations. If someone has seen something from the media on it, I'd like to see it.
There's always some truth behind anything that happens that we see, and you got to remember that everything that we see is on our screens, whether it's television, social media. So you got to take everything with a grain of salt, because I think 95% of what we're seeing and hearing is BS.
Yeah.
So they're definitely killing people. They're definitely trafficking people. That's what everybody's got to hear, is that they're trafficking human beings. Whatever it is, they're trafficking. So people are dying, people are going underground. They're doing something sneaky. It's not just what we're seeing. There's other things underneath. It's layered. To me, I think it's layered.
Good point, man. Good point. Really good point.
I agree.
I don't want to say that. Okay, I'm not gonna say so. That specific country, we all have to understand, we're looking at something. It's on a stage, right? So it can be a controlled region as well. Doesn't mean people aren't dying, but at the same time, yes, it's staged. So I think what's happening is, in my opinion, is 90% of what's happening is people are getting trafficked, and we're just seeing all the bullshit in front of it.
Well,
because that's all I wanted to say. Because Like, I believe in everything that's like what you're saying, Michelle, and it's true. Because we don't know, right?
Right. What I was going to say real quick, and I'm just laying this out on the table. So maybe that was a false flag. You know, it could have been a false flag, and they had real survivors. It did happen, but see, they're not okay. So them coming out now, it's not going to hurt Israel. It's not going to hurt anybody's decision on to support Israel. Israel owns us. It's not going to make a difference. Rather, we got part of the truther community to acknowledge this. Saying Dub is right, and he totally is a 100% on board with this happening. Could it have been a false flag, and that people did die, and it was a setup, and it was this, and it was that, and they don't care for it to get out because it's not going to make a difference because there's nothing we can do about it. I mean, could that be a possibility?
Well,
Yeah, I agree totally.
Totally.
The object was to sink the ship with no survivors so the story would not get out. And it took 20 years for it to get out. Actually, close to 40 years.
So it could have been a false flag.
What's a false flag then?
A false flag that it was planned and that it happened and they killed people.
Yeah, I agree.
Blame it on Egypt.
Yeah, I agree.
Because we know any war.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, see? And so I was just telling everybody that I don't believe it. You know, I haven't seen any false flags, but there could be a really big possibility this was a false flag and it did happen. Because I kind of side with Dub as far as it getting out, but it's just now coming out. It's being exploited, I think, a little bit more than I've never heard of it until recently. He heard of it but never looked into it until recently. So could that be a possibility that it was a false flag and it really did happen, but who gives a shit now, because there's nothing we can do or say to make a difference, because
you got to keep your eye on the war. You can't get too focused on that.
Right.
This is a totally different war, totally different situation. I was aware of this event when it happened. I just had no detail or no information whatsoever.
Right.
Until recently. Also, the same Gulf of Tonkin was supposedly a false flag, but the Gulf of Tonkin didn't happen. It was said to have happened to get our involvement in Vietnam deeper. It was said that our ship was attacked by Vietnamese patrol boats, and it didn't happen. They just said it happened and went with that.
But it was the Jays.
Yeah.
I mean, that definitely could be possible, but like Michelle said, well, what does it matter now? You know, I mean, we know it, and we're never going to know for sure. Yeah, we're never going to know for sure. And if we focus too much attention on it, then it's kind of like, you know, what's the point? And I get it. I mean,
focusing too much attention, I think it matters to everybody that was on that ship and lived through that.
Yeah, well, definitely that. Yeah.
Greatly, even though they're a bunch of old guys now. But yeah, they still remember it and it still matters to them.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Well, something that I just found out over like the Thanksgiving holiday was about the inflatable Army tanks, planes, guns, you name it, that were used in World War I and World War II. And there was even a special on a local news channel that now supposedly the men that did that secret operation and forgive me, I can't think of, what they called themselves, but anyways, they're now allowing them and awarding them for their service. And supposedly the whole reason for these inflatables was to confuse the enemy of where we really were. Did y'all know about that? I'm talking full-blown tanks, airplanes, all of it, blow-ups.
I've never heard of that. So
I haven't heard of anything on
I
this.
swear to God, I'll be more than happy to send you the links.
I would love to see them.
And like I said, even in on my local news channel, it was ironic because it had just been a couple days prior to this news feed that I had even learned about it, and then lo and behold, here were these very elderly men being awarded for their secrecy missions of being responsible for inflating and deflating and positioning all of these fake tanks.
And that could have been done just as disinformation, same as the recent what was supposed to have happened in a certain land for 6 hours, because they could do that and try to make show that and say, look here, we blew up 27 of their tanks when we actually did nothing. But we have video of planes flying by and blowing up tanks, but they were rubber blow-up tanks. You could pass that off extremely easy.
I just think it's odd that suddenly all of these older veterans are suddenly allowed to tell of all these stories. It's just, I don't know. It just more of the mind boggle, which again,
I thought of the same thing. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I thought that the other day.
which again, back to the conspiracy being the conspiracy, I don't want to spend too much time even looking into it anymore, because that's time that I could be spending with Jesus, and my salvation is what really matters at the end of the day, and my relationship with him. And boy, do I still have a lot to learn. So, I mean, it is relevant. I mean, we do need to know certain things, but I'm not about to start going down that rabbit trail, I guess is what I'm getting at.
I agree.
Hey, Red Storm just said when you go into the service, you sign a 70-year contract and can't tell anything that you know. Is that true? I've never heard that before.
Most likely. I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm sure. I think they all sign an oath.
Everything with a grain of salt.
Yeah. For anything I did, I had a secret clearance. There were things that I knew I couldn't talk about or anything.
What about now?
But I was, I could probably say anything now because it's been a while. But as far as signing a contract, now, if I'd had a higher clearance and was involved in some of the operations, I'm sure that they are sworn to secrecy, probably forever.
Michelle, Lord needs a wrench.
I think that's a huge part of the reason that a lot of our men come back as traumatized as they are. I'm just wondering all the more, is it because of what they didn't see that they're swore to secrecy about?
Possible, yes.
Hey, I got a big conspiracy about that. Think about it. All the vaxes they give those guys when they go in.
Oh,
could
yeah.
that have a deeper meaning of what they can do? Like, are some of these things, these vaxes, are they time released, or are they able to, you know what I mean? Like programmable matter and all that technology. I mean, what can they do? with certain, I mean, it just goes really deep when you really get on certain rabbit holes about stuff like that.
I got vaccinations to when I went to Okinawa.
Yeah, but back then it wasn't as advanced as it is now. The COVID-19.
I don't agree with that.
me
I don't
different.
agree with that, Chuck. Sorry, man.
So
I
how
think if
far do you
anything,
think
that's
it goes
what.
back?
Oh, ancient times, man. Even before
Wow.
that.
Hey, man, I stand corrected. You could be right. I'm just was
Well,
throwing that
you
out there,
didn't. You never seen that image of the Egyptians sticking the Q-tip in the other Egyptians like through their nose? Like, is
Wow,
that
yeah,
something
and
that they just leaked online?
the
Like,
eye of
like,
Horus, the third eye, yeah, the pineal gland. They got pictures of that. I saw earlier
so
today.
the study behind them doing that is there's like this gland behind the back of your throat,
Yeah.
and if you pop that, you're prone to getting like more colds because that part of your body protects you from it's like a filter. It protects you from the outside, whatever it is that's
And they've known
outside.
this for thousands of years.
I'm
That's
telling you, they've
mind-blowing,
known it
man.
for thousands of years.
Yeah.
If with this, look at the medical. It's a I don't even know if it's a sword, whatever. It's a staff with snakes around it.
The
Like this
caduceus.
is
Let me just add something in real quick.
right.
When I was in the military, we used to snort our flu shot half up each nostril. It was a
Damn.
liquid, and it looked like
Wow, I
white
never heard
egg
that.
yolk or whatever you want to call it, the white of eggs. It was clear snot. You snorted it, and you got sick.
Wow.
What kind of sickness, Brian?
Well, the one time I lost my smell and taste for almost 3 months, and my
That's familiar. What's that sound like?
I could still breathe out of my nose, but it was something wrong. Something wasn't right. And it wasn't right because everybody else in the real world, if you will, got shots, and we were lining up to snort lines of freaking goo.
Wow. Interesting. I've never
Dang,
heard.
y'all
I'm
are bored,
gonna
weren't
save this chat, eh?
Yeah.
If it uploads. Because
Yeah.
I've never heard that. I've searched all kinds of, I even know, the guy that's standing there and everybody's doing the salute. I know that guy's grandfather because we were talking about something and we're shooting the shit and I worked with this guy. I'm not going to say names, nothing, but he goes, yeah, my grandfather, he was like in the newspaper. He's the guy that's standing there with his arms crossed. And it says in German, if you know this guy, he's wanted. And I'm like, yo, I saw a picture of that online. So recently on this channel, like it's not a channel, it's on TV, some like ET, but you see it on YouTube, they're talking about it. But this guy, they mixed up his name. So you think it's one guy, but it's not. It's actually like the original person, the name that they said it was, it's not. And they released this on a TV show. So the interesting part is, yeah, that's all connected. That's what I'm trying to say. So like this shit is happening with the tanks and stuff. I don't know about that. I saw videos on that. I'm not surprised because then I started hearing the way they do the way they do the bombings, it's set up in a way where it's a timer. So they can time it so that certain events with like this whole gematria bullshit, it's timed with all their events because it's like a clock. So it's the movement of the earth and it's all bombings coming from underground, right? So it's all connected in a way. Yeah, the tanks could be fake, some could be real. Like what they're going to do, they're going to stage an event in the sky, right? It's the same thing what they're doing on land, on ocean, and the biggest event I think coming is the sky. So it's all connected. So yeah,
Blue beam.
like, pardon?
Blue beam.
Yeah, exactly. So now the next step is Bluebeam because all the technology, if you look at it, it was all steps. But this is nothing new because if you read in the Bible, it says nothing new under the sun. Everything has happened before. So if they tell you that the earth, we've been on this planet, Adam and Eve was created 10,000, whatever it was, 10 million, I don't know. I don't know the time, I wasn't there, right? But they're saying it happened. So everything from then on, of course, like it's ancient times, of course they had technology because you find this technology in parts of the Middle East or Africa. well, like what you call India today, like Iraq, Iran. That's all the Viman has come from there. All the medical stuff comes from there. All
Yeah,
the herbal stuff, holistic, right?
I agree with 100% that the technology has gone way far back, more than we will ever know. They've had the technology, they've had electricity, they've had a lot of. I
They
mean,
just hit it.
look at the medical
Exactly.
industry. Look, everybody went by herbs and that's how they had all the holistic medicines back then, and that's when they came up with the hospitals and the pharmaceutical drugs and all that way back then. That's when they came up with, oh, we got to have a doctors and this and this and this and this, and that's when they, because that was a dollar sign for them. And look at what
Soon as the Rockefellers hit the stage.
yeah, I mean, hi Awake, good to see you. I'm so glad you're awake. Hi Ann. Sorry guys, I have to acknowledge my peeps. Lori, sorry. Rita, good to see you. But what I'm saying is, like, yeah, way back. I mean, they've had so much. I mean, look what they've done to the educational system. The plans that they had way back in the day, they already knew before they started school what they were
Hey.
going to do and what it was all about and how they were going to do it.
Michelle, look at like the iPhone. Most people have iPhones. The iPhone 1, you get what you get, and then they released the 2. They had technology to have the iPhone 30 or whatever, but each year they give you a little bit more and they charge you $1,200.
Right.
You know what I mean? So why would they give you everything when they could make so much more money off of just releasing it a little bit at a time to make everybody think that that it's new, that it's just now coming out.
Right.
And
Look,
it's already so many years old.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you.
Well, the one thing that they can't do, and I was purely giggling with joy, it was break through that firmament, especially with this latest little rocket thing. When I saw it explode, I had a vision of God up there just laughing. And you know how it talks about how he cast Satan down like bam, a bolt of lightning. And so I just had a vision of Jesus and God and Holy Spirit watching it come up, being like, oh, you think so? Bam. And I don't know if anyone else picked up on it, but there's a rippling as soon as it hits, which just further proves the waters above and below.
Right.
I've seen that.
Rainbows and all that come in. You got reflections everywhere. You know there's waters above. You got to know.
Hey, what you're saying, Amanda, in Psalm chapter 2, it says, why do the heathen rage and people imagine a vain thing? The kings of the earth set themselves as rulers to take counsel against the Lord and his anointing, saying, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. It says, he that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh. The Lord shall have them in derision.
I'm telling you, I had a distinct picture in my head of that. I mean, I get goosebumps.
That verse came to mind when you were saying that, and I just wanted
Good on you, Chuck. Oh, my brother in Christ. See, I love y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Someone here.
That's how the Lord speaks to us, is through his word. Like Dean Odell, the Lord's not speaking to you while you have coffee audibly saying, go do this, my son, or go do that. The Lord speaks to us through his word. You know what I mean? And that's how God talks to us.
Yep.
Yeah.
Amen. Amen.
Dub?
Someone here explain the details of Project Bluebeam, what it consists of, or I've heard the term many times, of course. I don't know what the mechanics of it is.
Well, basically, we think that they're going to either try to fake an alien invasion with holograms in the sky, or they may be bold enough to even try and create a Jesus coming from the clouds, but I think they are going to go with the alien thing. That's my opinion.
Both.
Well, don't you think that the
Both.
fallen one, the
They're gonna
ones,
do
the
both.
little G gods that come back, like from Antarctica, like in Revelations 9:11, it's 9:11 Revelations where the keys to the bottomless pit are opened, and I mean, it's there's some stuff out there that kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be both.
I agree.
Did that answer your question, Dub?
Oh, not really. I
So
don't.
how they do it with HARP, right? So the trails that you see in the sky right now, never mind that they use that as like some sort of like traveling. It's going to sound really fucked up, but I think they're like passing like something through those trails, but it's also used as a theater, like a movie screen. So something like HARP is connected to that, like, and I think a lot of the technologies on specific buildings, like you see oil rigs that they say are oil rigs. I think a lot of them are where they can project like the hologram or the projector from like the ground to the sky, and then but it has to be all connected, right? So that's what 5G is for. And then if you look, I don't even know where you guys are from, and I could say that probably most of your street lights have antennas on the top of them, or there's some sort of like every single one of them are LEDs, so the antennas possibly can be hidden inside. So all that's going to be used for like that blue beam thing. So they're going to just project everything above you. So if you're not above this certain point, you're going to see what they're going to show you, and everybody's going to like believe it. If you look in the Iraqi times, there's stories about that. When the U.S. went in there, like I think it was during senior and junior, or no, it was junior, when they went in and they projected a hologram of, I think it was their prophet in the sky, and from there, yeah, they believed it, and they went in and just took over the territory of where they were taken over. So yeah, that's what it is. To add to that,
Yeah, have any of you guys? We were talking in the chat about Starlink. I was outside and I seen it like they're balloons, but they say they're satellites. But I've heard other stories that say they're balloons, but they're like connected. It's like a real long line of lights up in the sky. Has anybody else seen that in the chat or on the panel?
like
I haven't
moving in what way?
Starlight, Starbright. I
Starlink.
don't know.
Yeah.
So I made the video that I had about that freaking game or whatever. You know what I mean? That I forget what it was called, the New Eden or something. I forget what that game was called, but Eve, something like that. And it's all everything to do with it's just like that crap that you're talking about, which ties back to that one dude's video that was talking about straight lines and all these lines and all these things that meet up on Earth down here. I don't know if you remember all that or not, Chuck, but
yeah, I do.
Going too deep, but
all it is
that's
just
just stuff I'm thinking
programming.
about right now in my brain. All these traveling, all this stuff up there in the air. If stuff is moving around, if they're moving around with lights and things we can't see, like Kip showing all his videos and whatnot. But anyway.
Well, through the years, I've seen several videos come out where they find these huge balloons and what looks like, our fake satellite in like jungles that, people find. And the videos don't stay up long. Anyone that I've ever saved, it has always been deleted.
Good point. Yeah, I've seen those.
Because I also heard they can project thoughts into like specific people, right? So now that you mention that, it makes me think. I'm just thinking like as
That's
a
voice
theory.
to skull, Johnny.
Yeah, voice to skull. So maybe that's what they're doing with these balloons, specific like controlled regions that they're trying to control. And we don't know, right? Because we're sleeping in the middle of the night, or we're just walking and we don't know, and they're spraying so much crap in the air and we don't see what they're doing. Maybe that's what that is. And that's why they're spraying all that shit in the air. I'm trying to be like, like I'm trying to say stuff without saying like too much, because Yeah, I don't know.
Right.
It's possible. Now that you
Right. I
mention
mean,
that.
for all we know, they've got a bunch of balloons up there with hanging mirrors, and the projection's actually going to come from the ground. You know, I
They
mean,
have cloaking devices where they put mirrors to kind of make stuff invisible. I've
Yeah,
seen
I'm
that on the
also hearing
military
about that
channel.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
They're
think,
going into people's homes while they're sleeping and you don't see them. I've heard about that.
yeah, and everybody knows that NASA is like one of the biggest buyers of helium. And I do believe that they take these huge helium balloons, and I think they take their satellites up all the way to the firmament, kind
I
of
didn't
like a
know about the
chandelier.
helium.
Yeah, they take them all
That's
the way up to the
interesting.
firmament, and they rest, and they keep them all, and I think they have them all up there, and that's where they do a lot of communication. It's from
So
balloons that rest on the firmament.
isn't that what's have you heard about that Auguste Piccard, the guy who sent the balloon up to see what the
Yeah,
Earth? So it's
yeah,
probably where they got that concept from then.
probably.
Oh, well.
Danny, you're
Yeah.
late, man. See, Danny Diesel just jumped down. He's late.
Yeah,
It's interesting.
I've been texting them, going, "Get in
Get
here."
over here, Danny.
Yeah, we've been going for 4 hours. That's crazy.
4 hours?
Yeah, almost.
What's your take on some things, Danny?
Oh, you don't even know what we've been saying.
They don't know it now.
Hey, I want to throw something deep in here. Awakening the Light says, what if the spring is terraforming for the fallen? No, it's just a deep thought, but it was just something I come across when we were getting locked down and all that good stuff. But it was
I
about
agree
the
with that.
5G and whatnot, talking about in this future time frame when these people come, that's what they need to survive. They need these frequencies and they need this whatever shit in the air, if you will, for them to actually survive here because they were never meant to even live here. Anyway, I don't know. That was pretty deep, but think about that for a minute.
Hey, and to go off that, Brian, think about it, man. Everybody on the chat, we're all starting on ground zero. You know, we have to figure and put all this together from what scripture they give us. And we have to put, where they've passed this stuff on for centuries and thousands of years, their secret mystery schools. And, like we're starting off and we have to figure it all out, so we're waiting on.
Carla K just says it's underground cables in the ocean for communications. That's a true statement. I've seen them in person.
I've seen that.
I've seen it. I was out when I was stationed out in Hawaii.
That's 100 because they have to have a source, and you can't have Wi-Fi unless you have a source, and it has to be connected to a source needs power, so they have to take
all
power
grounded
from somewhere. Yeah,
everything's grounded.
So it doesn't mean there's no Wi-Fi, but they already sent those wires through the ocean. I don't know how old that is. I really haven't looked into that, but that's 100% true.
As I was swimming, I mean, the dude had our fins and snorkels and all that stuff, and we went way out. And actually, the lifeguards and everybody at this, like, wherever we were at, like Collapse Volcano, I don't know, whatever. But it was just like a section on the edge of the island, and it's a big old thing that everybody goes to. You know what I mean? Like, you pay to park and go down and visit, whatever, all that stuff too. But we were swimming way out there, and I seen those cables. They were as big as freaking trash cans. They were huge. Just massive cables under the ocean, running out into the deep ocean.
There's guys that go down there and they have to repair that because that over time gets damaged, right? So somebody has to. That's all documented. So none of this is like some conspiracy. But when you talk about it, if no one looks into it, they're not going to know about it, right? Because fiber optics, that works the same way. You need I agree.
Yeah, fiber optics works off light or whatever, right? Yeah.
Well, have you guys ever seen that video that was on the Discovery Channel? And it was them going, super down below in the ocean, and they filmed rivers in the ocean.
Yes. There's like a firmament at the bottom, like a plaza.
And they tried to reach the waters and they kept bouncing off of it. Yep. Now, not only did they scrub that from their, the series, but they also murdered that man shortly after in a supposed helicopter accident.
Oh, wow.
Well, they're starting to show this in movies a little bit about these like thermal barrier and those Meg movies, you know what I mean? And things like where they can't get down below. It's like another, different whatever, you know what I mean? They can't get into that. It's like a different, not even water, but it is water, you know what I mean? Is that what we're
So,
trying
Amanda,
to
you
say?
can't find that video where they're on the bottom of the ocean with the plasma? I haven't looked for it in a long time, but they scrubbed it.
I actually just, it's funny that you asked that. I just found it a couple weeks ago and I did save it. Are you on me to send it to you?
Yeah, if you can. Do you have
How
my
do-
email?
If
And
you
I'll
can,
share it.
Put the link in the chat.
yeah, if you can, put the link in the chat.
There you go.
But I don't know how to see the chat without getting myself out of here again.
Are you on a phone?
Yes.
Oh.
Put it in the StreamYard chat.
Well, when I hit chat, it just says chat with everyone in the studio, but it doesn't show any it's blank.
Well, no one has chatted in there.
So when I was
You can post the
She's gone.
She booted herself.
And
Just post it and then jump back in. Michelle, you can leave the link and just post the video.
We only got about 5 hours and a little bit more to go to reach old Richie's 916 stamp.
Jaronism, you mean?
Or Jaron, whatever.
Oh, there she is.
I just am not meant to see the chat. I wish I could. I wish I knew what people were saying this whole time, but yeah.
Email it to me if you don't mind.
Okay, well, again, I won't know how to get your email, honey.
Well, I'll give it to you. It's chuckmiddleton21 @gmail.com.
Okay, I didn't know you meant you'd say it. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me get pen and paper. Chuck Middleton.
Just remember 21, like the drinking age.
Chuck Middleton 21 @gmail.
Yep. Or Yahoo. I got both of them.
Okay, perfect. I'm sorry, I can't figure this out, y'all.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I wanted to say hello to Valerie Ann.
Hey, Valerie.
Yeah, and Lynette, Danny. Of course, I said awake is awake, which is great. Mary, I don't think I said hello to you, Mary, so I do apologize. I know you've been in here for a while. Yeah, good to see you. Rice cooker. Yeah.
It's been a pretty good show.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know that you guys have been on here for a long time, but I guess now that I ripped the Band-Aid, there is some information that I came across over Thanksgiving that absolutely just devastated me and my mom and my dad. We broke the Bibles out and really searched it out almost in disbelief. And there's some things about Christmas that we already think that we know, like Saturnalia and all that. No. I'm talking such deeper stuff, especially when it comes to the Christmas tree. I thought I knew everything pagan about the Christmas tree. Oh, no. And one thing in particular that started this search was I was reading through the comments of a video that I had watched about should Christians celebrate Christmas. And in one of the comments, this woman was all throughout the thread. And I tell you, this woman is one smart cookie. She was from Sweden. And boy, was she schooling us on some stuff. And one of the things that she said, and I know this is going to blow y'all's mind, and I hope I don't offend anyone or anything, but I'm telling you, I searched it out. I would love for us to have a show about it so I can prove it to you. Even saying Merry Christmas in Latin means death to Christ.
That doesn't surprise me. They control English language. You know, what I mean,
And
that's where.
we tried Googling this, we
Right.
tried DuckDuckGo, and all these resources were just given the generic. And I forget, I'll get back with my mom if you guys, do want me to show you some things that I think all Jesus loving Christians would want to know. I can, of course, give the links and everything, but it took us a while to find the true origin of the Latin meaning of Merry Christmas. And it makes me sick to my stomach because I think of all the times that I have said it in ignorance.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something. Amanda, you mentioned a minute ago a psyop on top of a psyop. Think about it. God searches the hearts. He searches your heart and your intent. I mean, it is like I said, your meaning. Like if you're meaning it with love in the intent of your heart, you know what I mean? That's where the devil tries to put you back up under the law or bondage. I mean, if you genuinely love that person or love your neighbor, I mean, I just don't think I understand what you're saying and I get it. I mean, Christmas is dark. It was pagan roots. But you just can't beat yourself. I mean, I've heard people say that when you say Lord, that really means Baal. You know what I mean? In the English language.
Right, that I've actually searched that out, and that is not true.
But that's just an example, though. You know what I mean?
Right. I'm just saying, rest assured that, not that you should trust me, but I'm just saying I looked into that really hard myself.
Yeah, nothing's evil in itself.
But
yeah.
But it goes back to accountability. And once you know things, see, I didn't know about the Christmas thing until 3 years ago, and I haven't celebrated Christmas since. And it has been very hard, very hard. And every year, Satan wants to come and, oh, but just put the tree up. You love the smell and the lights. It's just a tree. And thank you, Jesus, he would rebuke it, and I didn't. And just other things that again we need to know the true depths of some things, and I think that Christmas is a major one of them. Now, people may disagree, and we don't ever have to talk about it again. I just was mentioning that as a possible maybe future show because, man, is it eye-opening, and it goes way deeper than I ever thought.
Yeah, but what I'm saying there real quick is if, like I said, when you're born again, we're dead, we're buried with Christ. If you give thanks to Christ in all things, you know what I mean? I know what you're saying, and I mean, like you said, my family, they put up the tree because that's just what they do. But if it was just me by myself, yeah, I don't care about any of this worldly stuff. I mean, you can ask Michelle or Brian or anybody that knows me. I've been ready to leave this place for the last 10 years. It's just like we have to occupy, until he comes. But I'm just saying, when you get into everything, the evil, I mean, this whole world is the devil is the god of this world. So, I mean, it's just, yeah, I mean, that stuff is very, you know what I'm trying to say. I mean,
I do, but I do think as Christians, even when it comes to excusing a lot of these horrendous Christian lyrics and supposed Christian music, we want to be very passive. Oh, well, God knows your heart. Oh,
how can you
really?
tell somebody that? But how can you change somebody's mind? I don't listen to Christian music. I don't really listen to music at all, but it's like, how do you change something? How do you, like Flat Earth, how do you be like, I mean, how do you make them care about it? Only God can bring the increase. Only God can take the scales off a person's eyes. It's like, what can you do? All you can do is love that person and be waiting and willing to answer whatever the question they have if God uses you. If the Holy Spirit decides to use you as a vessel to share what you've learned. I mean, saying it's like, we can't wake anybody up.
Well, of course, only God can change a man's heart for sure. But I do think that being ignorant to a lot of these very important things is not good. He wants us to know, and he said to witness. He never said to keep my word and hold it in your close to your chest. He actually asked us to do the complete opposite.
But we do. Anybody that will hear it says, let them have ears to hear, let them have eyes to see. He also says, let your speech be seasoned with grace so that every man ought to hear what you're saying. In other words, like truth is like salt. You can't dump the whole bottle on somebody's food because they're not going to be able to take it. They're not going to hear it. You got to be wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove. You just got to kind of be there for when your loved ones, if they do wake up, then you share the true meaning of Christmas, or you share, whatever God's given you.
Let me say this real quick. I don't want to butt in, but I do.
No, you're fine. Go.
Before I lose my thought. So think of it this way. We have all these major holidays. Which holiday is the biggest, most strongest, most meaningful, most displayed, most which holiday out of all the major holidays? Now they've got all these small holidays mixed in, but which one is the most biggest holiday of the year?
Christmas.
Okay. Which one is the most deceived holiday?
Probably Christmas.
Christmas and Easter are big ones just because they're like crazy,
Okay. So
Saturnalia.
So my whole point was, and I don't mean to cut anybody off because I really value everybody's opinion and everybody's input. So my whole point was, think of the indoctrination and how evil and how, I 100% agree with you, Amanda. 100%. I'm not surprised about any of that. I've learned a lot about. Danny says Super Bowl Sunday. Shut up, Danny. But I'm just saying the whole point of it is there you go, Christmas. Who takes God out of the equation? There you go. I mean, that's it. They have to. Oh, it makes me sick. I don't celebrate any holidays. I don't believe in any holidays.
Yeah, either. In the last 3 years, none of them.
It's not hard either. I mean, we don't. I mean, why would you want to celebrate that?
We have a big store here called Spirit Halloween, and it comes around for a couple months.
It's everywhere. Yeah, it's everywhere.
And it's sickening. But I just wanted to make that point. And it's not Super Bowl Sunday, Danny. I'm just kidding. But I just wanted to put that input because it's every time I've been there, done that until I started learning about what all of this means. And it's so sad. I'm so, I hate to say this, I'm so grateful I'm not around family.
That's the hardest. That's brutal.
It is. And I there's so many good friends of mine, Chuck, that are around, that have kids, and that their whole family is right there, in right there in their arms. My family is not.
Yeah. Let me ask Amanda. Can I ask you a question, real quick, Amanda?
Of course.
How big is your family?
Well, that's not easy. That's not easy to answer. I would say I'll say small.
Well, what my point is, let's just say you had 15 people that came together, and you were the only one that was awake, that understood the truth. What would you do when you were with them every year?
You mean what have I done?
Well, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, we all like when I first, 10 years ago. I mean, I kind of pissed everybody off there for a while and alienated. I mean, they don't want to hear that Christmas is evil. You know what I mean? So you're either going to be by yourself or you're going to hang out with them and try to, spread a few seeds here and there. I mean, I'm just saying we all got to kind of work out our own salvation in a lot of ways. You know what I mean? Because it's hard. You cannot wake up people
And
in this way.
in some things, it's easier said than done. Some people can get away, some people cannot, some people are right there, some people, every situation is different. But that's a wonderful question, Chuck, that,
Good point.
it's, every situation is different. We all have different lives. We all,
Yeah, I mean that as honest, sincere. I mean, I'm not
Right.
trying to. I mean, I was just curious, like what, like, how did you handle it when you're with people like that don't, because it's a small, I mean, it's a lonely path
it is.
that we're in. It's a small, very small group of us.
Right. I mean, I just, I just don't partake in a lot of what may be going on.
Well, you have to deal with it.
I am in this world, but I am not of it.
But would you sit there? Did you go to their house and eat like turkey and dressing? I mean, do you like
No.
did you hang out with them? Okay, that's what I was asking.
No. We don't do gifts. We don't go to, no, it's just me, my mom, and my dad.
Okay.
We don't go to other relatives' homes. We don't. When I say I don't participate, I mean it. I'm a lot of things, but I'm not a liar.
Well, no, not by suggesting that. I was just curious.
Oh, I didn't think that you were. I'm just saying as we're getting to know each other, I'm solid people, man. I was raised when your handshake was the contract and your last name meant something.
Right.
Not shaming your family and in the process yourself was of importance.
Yeah,
so
I get it. Can I ask another personal question?
Sure.
How old are you? I'm just curious.
Well, now I want to have some fun again since I said I was a dog before. How old do you think I am?
You know what? That's a loaded question, and I'm not going to answer it.
Well, you can't see me, so it's not like you're basing it.
Well, I'm 51. So I have no idea by your voice how old you are.
Okay, I wish I could see the chat. Is anyone in the chat guessing?
Yeah, I'm not going to fall into that trap.
Well, like I said, y'all can't see me, so it's not like you're basing it off how I look. I'm not going to get offended.
Okay,
You
so
sound like you're about 75.
everybody in the chat, put how old do you think Amanda
Stephen
is?
said 53. 33. Danny said 33.
Oh, Danny said,
don't you put me in that club.
Danny, you're bad.
35. Mary said 62.
Let's just keep waiting to see what people reply to. We've got 40 people in this chat.
25.
Come on, Wayne.
Yeah, come on,
Eric
Wayne.
says 55.
Why is this 55? Redstone. I'd say 50 is about the 53 to 55.
I'm gonna say I'm in the 55. I'm gonna say 55.
I'm 41.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, you're in the doghouse, Michelle. You're in
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Yep, 41.
How long have you been quote awake?
Well, the major stuff, I'd say, about 5 years now, but I never believed the 9/11 story. And my parents would make sure when I came home from school that I would unlearn all the bullshit I had just learned there. So, but did I know about a certain food that starts with a P, gate? Did I know about all of that until like the last 5 years? No, I didn't. And to be honest, I almost wish I could go back in time and unlearn that. That shit gave me nightmares for months.
Yeah, 5 years, that's about your average for people. Oh, I mean, that's pretty common, but isn't it hard? I mean, could you imagine of being awake for like the last 20 years? How brutal. I mean, it's that much harder living in this world, knowing what you know. You see, I mean, it's hard. I mean, I would hate, I woke up probably about 11, 12 years ago, and it's been rough. I'm not gonna lie. Michelle, I've talked to you and Brian and Dub. I mean, you guys know it's been hard.
I just put the exact comment. I said I started waking up in 2010. It's been rough, especially
It is
with other
rough. Yeah.
people.
I started waking up in 2017. I didn't completely come all the way around because of the Trump thing until like 3 years ago. But William says you aren't supposed to guess a woman's age. That
A woman can though, William.
But you'll get slapped.
Case again, no one knows what I look like, so if I were to be offended at that, then I just need to take my ball and go home.
There you go. Yeah, if you get offended on YouTube, then yeah, you're in for a rough time.
Yeah, so you seem very very knowledgeable, Amanda, and I think that's why people were guessing a higher age.
So I'm not offended. I'm an old soul, and I did mention that I'm an only child, and I've also mentioned that I'm close with my parents. So I always hung out with adults way more than I would hang out with children.
Right.
I used to yell at my friends when they would come over for writing on the walls and take your shoes off and
Stupid.
Yeah, well, that's a compliment.
Stupid says, how much does she weigh? Ask her.
Okay, now that's where we draw the damn line, Stupid.
Hey, his name's Stupid for a reason. Come on.
Right?
This ain't a dating app, baby. Don't get it twisted.
No, I just thought that was funny. Yeah.
Yeah, no, totally funny. I'm not offended at all. It takes a lot to offend this Southern girl.
Danny says, what's your yearly income after taxes?
Oh, honey, I'm as broke as everybody else in the chat. No worries.
You're good. You're good. Oh, that's too funny.
Well, this has been a pleasure.
Fun, yeah. I mean, I enjoy getting to meet all you guys, and Amanda, it's cool to hear your voice because when I see Honeycutt, I didn't have any like impression before.
You thought
it's just different. Yeah, when you get to hear somebody's voice, they become real to you.
Right.
The person becomes a lot more real.
I know. It's a damn shame that we can't show our faces. I'm not ashamed by how I look. It's my career. And that's probably what everybody on the panel or anyone that wants to join but doesn't, that's why we don't. I would love to have a YouTube channel exposing all this. And, mainly I would want it Jesus focused.
I'm showing my face on camera. I have gray hair. I look like Santa Claus.
But it would not be good.
Oh, look at that courage. You go.
Well, no,
I've showed my face before. Yeah, I just don't normally sit there and hold it on.
I'm not that courageous. I don't like the way I look, so I don't show my face. So
I'm beyond that, man. I'm 51. I don't care.
Yeah, you're a guy.
I'm getting ready to be a grandfather.
You're a guy. I don't care about my career because my career is not a career. But some people, like you say, Amanda, you gotta look out for yourself, But
Stupid has to talk shit. Look at him. Oh God, take that off.
Oh, that's so funny.
Hey, buddy, you come on the panel. You come on the panel right now. And
I can't see the chat. What did he say? Damn it.
He was talking about what I look like.
Oh.
He's like, oh God, take that off.
Take that off.
Oh, whatever. I think you've got a sweet face, which I assume that you did by your voice.
You can't tell by somebody's voice, can you? Really?
I think so. The inflection that they give, you can tell someone's character without seeing their face, I believe.
Kansas gal says she's about to have her first grandchild too. Yeah, I mean it's crazy how time flies.
Right.
My avatar is about as most recent as you're gonna get. It's great.
Come on, Michelle, show us.
Oh no. Anyhow.
Hey, I just want to throw one thing out there. We can't judge a person by the voice, because if anybody's ever heard Susan Boyle sing, you see Susan Boyle.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway.
Oh my
you know.
gosh, I know who you're talking about.
Oh, true.
Oh, that's too funny. Where's it?
You know
say?
what? On the analytics, Amanda, do you have a channel? I mean, I know you have a channel, but do you share like any videos on your channel?
No. Again, I'm afraid.
Well, you can mirror stuff. Like Frosty, sometimes she'll mirror videos. She doesn't like to do a lot of content. Which Brian, he does some really good videos, and All the World's a Stage does some good videos. But the point I was getting at is you have an analytics where it tells you like the age demographics. And my channel, the age demographics are 50 to 65. So that's why everybody was probably guessing that you were around 55.
Well, I like to break the mold.
There you go. Well, Sergio is like 36, and he comes on here a lot of times. So he's one of the younger ones.
Sorry, I'm laughing at Danny. I thought Dub was 33 when I first heard him.
Well, next time I do this, I've got to have the chat figured out, because I wish I knew what people were saying and that I could reply, and I feel lost.
You got to be.
Hey, Dub, tell Amanda how old you are. Amanda, how old do you think Dub is?
Well, I think he just had his birthday. I should know this. Oh, Dub, don't be mad at me. I think we celebrated your 68th.
Wow.
Oh, he loves
you. Little off. 83.
He's 83.
83. Okay, I'm sorry. At least I remembered the birthday, though.
Stupid says 101.
101.
I just sound that way, stupid.
Mm-hmm. Stupid's full of comments tonight.
Oh, he's always got some goodies.
Stupid is being stupid. Yeah. I'm just kidding. Oh my goodness. See, this is what I wanted. I wanted us to have fun, laugh, talk. You know, Amanda, I wanted to let you know how just like All the World's a Stage, Johnny, when you guys come on here, I want to get to know people. I want to hear their voice, just like Chuck said. It's like, it's very soothing to know people, to get to talk to people, to hear other people's side of the story, see what they see, or just listen. You know what I mean? To me, that's phenomenal. I mean, that's what I want. Most people won't come on here. You chicken people. I'm just kidding. I'm just saying that I'm just very thankful that you came on here.
Yeah, that was awesome.
It's hard to get people up here.
Aww.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for, allowing me to come on your show. I respect that, and I appreciate that. And I tell you that the only thing that I'm hating is that I can't give everybody a hug.
Well, we're all, just know everybody, she's giving you a hug.
I am. I'm a hugger, and I give really good hugs too.
Well, as I was saying that, I'm doing the motion as giving a hug. So
me too.
I'm right there with you. I was like, yeah, she's giving you a hug. I'm hugging you.
I am. We're all just going through so much emotionally, financially. Just they get us every way that they can. So this show is very grounding, and I love that everybody loves Jesus, and that we know that we can lean on Him, and regardless of. And I'm talking to myself. I'm not preaching to anybody. I've got a lot going on in my own life. But I know that He is greater than anything, and that he has already gone before us and he has made the way where there seems to be no way. And if we just keep our eyes and our focus on him and how much he loves us, then we will make it through. We will.
That's awesome.
Amen.
Yep.
Amen.
Amen.
Yeah, I'm telling you. I mean, that's
You know, we're all different parts of the same body. That's why when we have new people on, we get different perspectives of our family. You know, I mean, you're family with us. You know,
yeah.
so that's awesome.
That's why I was like, yeah, come out, hang out with us. I mean, you guys are my friends. You guys are my loved ones. You're my family. We all just share so much together, and I just love that. I really do. And I've missed that. I miss 1 week, and I'm like going, oh my gosh, I gotta get back on. You know, it's so.
I know. I must admit, I was like, oh my God, I'm like stalking this channel because I kept checking about every couple hours, because like I said, we weren't doing the Thanksgiving thing. So I'm like, why are they not coming on? So then I had left a couple comments like, I hope you're going live this week.
Yeah,
that's awesome. That is amazing. Yeah.
It's nice to be missed, and yeah, I really missed everybody here.
Yeah, I was a total stalker.
You can stalk anytime. That's cool. All the world's a stage, Johnny. You've been really quiet.
Yeah, you've been quiet, man. You got the floor. Go ahead.
I'm just listening to you guys. I have really nothing to say. I agree. I agree. I just got a new phone, so it's my bad that I keep coming in and out. So I keep pressing the screen. So it's actually my bad. So I think I said my piece, but I agree with you guys.
Yeah.
I believe in a creator. I believe in Jesus. Like, yeah, I agree. I could understand and read the Bible more and see more of what's
we all
going
can
on.
do that, man.
I see what's going on. Yeah, like I see what's going on ahead from everything, but yeah, I agree with you guys. There's always something to learn, You're always learning.
Always.
Let me ask this question, Brian. I know you're there somewhere.
What?
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 He's so dry.
So
I adore you, Brian, but yeah, you're dry.
Brian is awesome. Yeah, he's awesome.
He's got a lot of kids running around.
Right.
He got 5 kids. 5 kids.
Yeah.
They must get all your energy.
No, they're calm like me. I get told that out in public, so my kids don't act all crazy and whatever, and they don't get they do get my energy. Yes, you're right, to an extent. My calm demeanor, if you will.
Well, I meant that in just giggles and in love, Brian.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't mean that in any way.
Yeah, no, we don't talk enough. You don't know my voice in the sense, so I don't know. It's just some people, even my own relatives, like my sister-in-law is like, I don't like the way he talks. And my brother's like, that's just who he is. He's.
I don't dislike it, or I wouldn't watch your videos and enjoy listening to you. So again, I was just funning. That's all.
We're all different parts of the same body.
I was gonna ask Brian a question and I forgot.
Oh man.
I totally forgot.
Was it off of a comment?
Oh goodness. Let me see. Let me think. I was like, oh my gosh, what was I gonna say?
Well, while you think of it, I do want to say this, Brian. I could definitely take some notes from you because I've got very high anxiety in general, which is unfortunate because I know that Jesus has me. But that being said, I wish I could be more calm like you.
I've just been through a lot of stuff, and there was a time in my life where I wasn't calm. That's only came in the past few years, There was a time where I was very frustrated and angry, especially when I first got shown any truth and I had to go and try to talk to people about it. I would just get so frustrated with people because I'd be like, Are you freaking, whatever. But anyway,
Not freaking. You didn't say freaking.
Yeah, I know.
Not kidding.
But yeah, it wasn't good. So it took a lot of years of grounding me from, above to put me where I'm at now, That's
We're all a
You're
work
not
in
alone, man.
progress.
You're not alone.
Yeah, continually growing.
Did you think of what you were going to say, Michelle?
No, I'm texting. I'm.
Well, you're fired.
Brian, read the pitch. Loves
Knock
Brian.
her off the show.
Calmness. Brian, your voice, calmness.
Knock me off the show, Chuck. I'm just kidding.
Sorry.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I can be very uncalm, though. You guys just don't know it and see it. That's offline, if you will.
Oh, I'm right
my
there with
kids can
Brian.
make me uncalm in a minute.
I'm right there with you. I am a fireball. Yes.
Well, sadly, I just let myself, look at all the bills coming in and, kind of like Peter on the water, I take my eyes off God and, there the anxiety comes, so I know it's straight from Satan. But, like I said, we've all got a lot going on right now. So, I'm just really, really trying to focus on keeping my eyes on him and not the troubles of this world in general.
Amanda, thank God that we are saved through his finished work on the cross, because if it was anything that we did, we would screw it up. You know what I mean? And that's the blessed hope. I mean, that's why, we're dead. I mean, we're under grace through his finished work. That's what a sacrifice is. A sacrifice means in place of. He died for us, because when God looks at what we did, he sees the works of Christ. You know what I mean? And that's, because if it wasn't for what he did, we would all be in trouble.
Amen. Amen.
And let me tell you, the one thing that I have really learned, and man, it has followed through, is that I was such a stressor, a worrywart, just high stressor. As a woman, that's natural for a woman to take everything on, to be all, oh, you gotta handle everything. But I've learned that I'm just like, when I would just calm myself down and say, just put all my worries onto him, I'm telling you, it's phenomenal. I'm just like, wow. I can't tell you the changes in my life when I finally snap about that I have to turn around and go, I'm just laying it all on you, Lord. And I'm like, by the next day, I'm good. And I know
Michelle, Sorry, Michelle has the faith. She's a new believer, Amanda. She has the faith of a child, but her faith is stronger than anybody I've known in the last 10 years on YouTube. And that's what Christ says. He says, come as a child. You know what I mean? She's teachable. She hasn't been programmed and brainwashed by the religious system. Like a lot of us, I grew up in a Southern Baptist church, so there was a lot of indoctrination, like with, the Globe and science and public schools. I mean, she doesn't have a lot of the indoctrination that she had to break through. She truly has faith of a child.
Well, and I was blessed to hear your testimony too, Michelle. So, I know that where you're coming from what you shared, and I just think it's wonderful that you let Jesus put his loving arms around you. And if I never get to meet you here, I know I'll see you in heaven, sister.
Amen.
Yeah, for what Chuck just said, brought tears to my eyes, and
True.
um, thank you, Chuck. I appreciate that so much. But I have so much faith, and I like, I earn for it. You know what I mean? It's like, it's crazy that I just like, I can't get enough. I don't know how to explain
That's
it.
amazing. That's beautiful. Yeah,
I
absolutely.
can't get enough, and I just want to scream. I want to scream, to the top of my lungs and just tell everybody, how good it feels. It feels so good in my heart, my soul. I just want it. It's so spiritual. That's I understand that it's spiritual, and it has to be. You know what I mean? That's where it's at. But I do feel it, and I love it, and I cherish it, and I'm grateful, and I'm thankful, and I feel it, and it's so real. You get anxious, and I get anxious, and I get a little bit worried and stressful, and I stop myself, and I'm like, stop it, stop it. He's going to take care of it, and he does. Like, within the next day, it's gone. It's taken care of.
It's
It's
amazing.
crazy for me. But thank you, Chuck, for explaining that.
Yeah, well, we met. I mean, I met Michelle before she was a believer, and I think she used to think that the Bible was written by the Freemasons.
Mhm.
And I remember talking to her, and I was like, well, think about it. If they wrote it, then they don't win. I mean, they lose. So if I was writing the scripture, and then, it's like prophecy. If you know what I mean, they don't. I mean, once you read it and understand that they don't win, you know what I mean? So if I was going to write the scripture and Bible, I would not make it where I lose. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty cool because we've been, how long, Michelle? About a year and a half now that
Oh,
we kind of, we watched each other. She watched my channel. I had a channel a while back,
it's been
and it
it's
got
been
taken
at least
down.
uh ongoing for at least 2 years.
Yeah.
But I've been I was watching you for uh at least a year before that. Um,
Yeah, and she invited me on her show, and I mean, I feel like God, the Lord, wants me to be here. I mean, and He doesn't lose any that it's His. It says no man can pluck him out of His hands. And I mean, I just pray for her and her faith. Faith is a child. And I mean, He doesn't lose any. It's amazing. It really is.
Well, and continued prayers too, Michelle, for your son.
yeah,
Amen. Yeah.
thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, still haven't talked to him since then, but yeah, I mean, you know, it is what it is, and we have to just continue praying. And man, we all have challenges. Man, I've got friends left and right, and ups and downs, and you know, we
This
all
life
need
will kick
prayer.
you in the ass, won't it?
Yeah, we all need
It's
prayer.
awful hard.
Yeah, it's really hard. Life is hard. Now I understand why. I understand why, and I'm ready. I'm ready. I am so ready. I'm like, yeah, bring it to me because I'm ready.
Who else is ready to leave this place? I mean, I've been
Me.
ready to leave this place for so
We
long.
are
I
ready.
hate it.
I'm ready to just let it go because I
Susan Marie
know you're all gonna be there. I know you're all gonna be there. We'll be all so very happy.
Well,
Susan
Brian,
Marie said that they mock the Bible all the time in the films. I've been showing my boys that, and just every time they say it, I mean, they can't even help themselves, and they don't say all the other names and all the other Bibles and religions and whatever in the movies, or the proper names even. Let's say if we wanted to go that route, the proper names, no, they don't use those proper names. They use a certain selection of names like Jesus Christ and goddamn all the time, and they can't help themselves. And then there's a certain group of people that can't even say the word God. They have to write G-D because they just can't even spell it. I don't know why, but they can't.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like that movie, The Book of Clarence, that Jay-Z just put out. Oh my gosh, every time I see something about it, I can't help but my blood just boil. The blasphemy. Oh.
He's pure evil.
I can't. I can't. Can you imagine what kind of person the evil within you to make a movie mocking God in that way? Wow.
They have no fear at all.
What was the
Yeah,
movie?
I don't
They
follow
made a movie?
Jay-Z, but I can only imagine, the stuff that they try to get him to say or do or whatever, He's just a puppet in my mind.
Oh yeah, I had to quit listening to all my music, and I was more into the EDM kind of stuff. I've got tons and tons of friends that are big name DJs here in my state, and even they even go to other countries. But anyways, that being said, I had to quit all of it. Like I said, when once I know something, I feel like, okay, Jesus had me learn this for a reason, and now accountability comes into play. Not this, oh, Jesus knows my heart shit. No. I know that it's evil, and if I continue to participate it, then I'm spitting in his face just as much as they are, if not more, because I'm supposed to be the example.
Right.
So this, oh, God knows your heart. Oh my God. I hate that saying just as much as fake it till you make it. That is the most asinine quote I've ever heard in my life. Now, how about you learn something and grow a skill and don't manipulate and cheat people not knowing what you're doing? Why don't you go about it the right way? Fake it till you make it? No, thank you.
Yeah. No, 100%. I believe in that. I've stopped television. I stopped music. I've stopped all of that, and I'm fine. I'm
Well, it's
totally
because
fine.
God takes it away from you.
Yeah,
You no
I'm
longer
like,
get
I don't
pleasure.
need it.
Yeah.
I don't need it. I don't want it. I don't want to partake in it. I think it's why would you want to sit there and idolize someone from Hollywood when they're partaking? It doesn't make sense. And I had a friend of mine that I had the opportunity to, show some light. And she's like, oh yeah, about the vaccines, about, all kinds of stuff. And, and then I tried to tell her about Hollywood and that kind of stuff. And, and she was like, well, I only watch I watch two things on television, and that's, what is it? The View. And she said,
Oh, that's the worst.
we said Whoopi was her favorite person. And I was like,
Yeah.
and I was like, oh,
Red
my
flag. Red flag.
yeah, I was like, that would be one of the worst people to watch. But I had to tell her, I said, if you're partaking in knowing what's going on, then you're contributing to the evil. And she was like, but she's so right on. And I'm like, no, she's not. I was like, no, but I agree 100%, Amanda. 100.
Yeah, that Jesus knows your heart. We need to be real careful with that as Christians. Is that not just us excusing to continue to do what we want to do? Again, accountability, it's lacking severely.
You'll never be justified by your actions down here. You're justified by your faith, and your faith is in the
That's
scripture.
true.
And the scripture says the things that we're trying to say that it's not saying right now by him knowing our hearts. That's what the scripture says. The scripture says we're justified by faith, not by works. And there is no accountability down here in that regard.
Now I know the question I had for you, Brian. And I don't know why I'm pointing it to you, but so why do a lot of the truther channels that we are around, why do they believe in Jesus? Why are they believers? And I'm not saying if they're true believers, I'm saying why is that such a big thing?
Well, my last video where I stopped making the videos because I said that only God knows our hearts in that video. That's the truth. I don't know nothing about all these people that are famous, all starting their journey and saying that they're born again. I did my video and said what I said in that video. All I know is that pyramid thing is real, where Satan sits at the bottom of the upside down pyramid, and you work your way up through the Eastern religions, the cult, and all those things that the world's forcing on us, entertainment, all that crap into the false churches. That's how so the false Christ can arise, the third Adam, whatever you call it, all that stuff. And that's what I think about that.
Chuck?
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I just, that was one thing. I was like, oh, when I was not a believer.
Think about it. The best way to control the opposition is to lead it. The devil, they know God is real. They know our earth is level and stationary. They know these truths. These are the willful deceivers. You know what I mean? And what they do is they try to catch as many people, I guess, that are lukewarm or people that are on the fence. They're trying to sway people, I guess, back to the world. But they don't understand that God doesn't lose any. Jesus said that I lose none that my Father has given me, but I will raise them up at the last day. When you are born and sealed, you are sealed into the day of redemption. Literally, it's nothing that we do. It's you're chosen. God finds you. God finds us. You know what I mean? That's what I believe.
Yes,
And
he says that in his word. He chooses us.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well,
but like I said, our works are filthy rags. In the flesh, anytime it has to do with your flesh, our spirit battles with our flesh. What that means is it means when you're saved, you're born through belief of the gospel. You believe in the finished work of the cross, that Jesus died, was rose again. You believe it in your whole heart. You're sealed, and God gives you the Holy Spirit. And what happens is you're born again and you have a spirit, but you still have the old man. Paul talks about, referred to as the old man, the flesh. Your flesh battles. It's a daily battle. Like I shouldn't do this. It's like your spirit.
Right. Paul said the thing I don't want to do, I do. And yes.
Amanda, that was exactly what I was getting ready to say. He says, "Oh, wretched man that I am, who can deliver me from this body of death?" Your body is flesh. Your body is dead, is dying. The things he wanted to do, he couldn't do. And the things he didn't want to do, he did do. So, that's how you know. And how you know you're saved is through the promises of God. God is not a liar. And he says that if you confess the Lord Jesus, believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead on the third day, says you shall be saved. We're saved according to his promise. It's nothing that we can do.
Well, it's kind of like he knows way before we're born.
Absolutely, we're chosen. Like it says he knew us, and I think it's Jeremiah or Isaiah. He knew us before we were fashioned in our mother's wombs.
I went through 53, 54 years before I knew what I was here for.
He chose you at that particular day. He wrote the end from the beginning.
I had no idea. I was, people would say, I would say, I don't know what my purpose is. I had no idea. And, I was just, I mean, I questioned that every day. Why am I here? I don't know what my purpose is. And I would think about it. I would be like back and forth. And now I know. I
Yeah.
mean, like, now I know why I went
He
through
took
all
the
that.
scales off of your eyes. He found you.
Now I
You
know
know
why
what I
I
mean?
survived. I know why I survived everything I went through, because I can't tell you why, but I can tell you why now was that he chose me to survive.
That's
Um
amazing.
yeah, I mean, I mean, I questioned all of my life. All of my life. I was like, I didn't want to be a part of this world. I didn't want it. I didn't want to
Hate
be
it.
here. I wanted to run. I wanted to commit suicide. I wanted to do all those things. Now I don't. But I
Right.
don't want to be a part of this world. And I love my son. I love my granddaughter. I love Dub. I love Chuck. I love all of you on the panel. I love everybody in the chat. I love Sergio. I love all of you guys. And but I don't want to be here. And that's why I was just like, wow, because he wanted to show me, you are not a part of
Of
this
this
world.
world.
You are not here. You are
Says if
not,
we
you
love
are,
not the things
you
of
are,
this world.
yes, you are not to love this. And I didn't. And I was like, how dare you? I didn't say it to him because I didn't even know he existed at that time. But I was like,
But he
why?
knew you before. I mean, he found you.
Yes.
He leaves the 99 to find the one lost sheep, like the parable says.
I'm gonna tell you something I've never told Chuck or anybody else. I think I told Dub, but from the beginning of my life, my mom, when she already had my brother and sister, she was divorced, and she got pregnant with me with another man after she was divorced, and she was on welfare. She was living with my aunt, and before I was born, they decided that when I was born, they were going to put me up for adoption. So as soon as I was born, I was put into an adoption home the very first 2 months of my life. So I was separated from my mother the very first 2 months of my life. And after 2 months, the adoption home called my mother and said they had a couple for me to pick me up, and that she needed to come down there and sign the final papers. And she went down there and picked me up. So I was separated from when I was newly born from my mother. But I ended up with my mother after 2 months. So I had a very hard separation from when I was first born. And she ended up taking me home because she couldn't do it. And so she was a single mother with 3 kids. But so I think that's why I had such separation anxiety all of my life and went through a lot of stuff, was because I didn't have my mom my very first 2 months of my life.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Isn't God amazing? I mean, think about it. We've gone 4.5 hours, and it's just, wow. I love all you guys. I mean, this is awesome.
But anyway, I just thought I would tell you that because that kind of tells me that God had a plan for me.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That was the whole moral of the story.
Mm-hmm.
He has a plan for me. So with that in mind, I want to thank everybody for being here. We're going to go ahead and call it a night. Thank you, Amanda, for being on here. You are more than welcome to come on here anytime. Johnny,
Yeah.
now that you know how to come on here, Amanda, you have no excuses. Johnny, thank you so much. We love having you. We're thrilled every time you come on. It's been amazing. Chuck, of course, Brian, Dub Wilkinson in the background, my best friend of all time that I love very much. Everybody in the chat. We're going to go ahead and call it a night. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and I appreciate all of you. Sergio, Carla, Arita, we're just going to go. Mary, I can go on and awake. Red Storm, Rhonda. Let's see.
It was nice to meet you, Amanda, too, to hear your voice for the first time.
It's very nice to meet you. Rice Cooker. I can go on, but Mary, all you guys, love you guys so much. Susan, very good live. Really, really enjoyed having everybody here. Danny, thank you for coming by, Danny. You're a little late.
He still caught a couple hours though, didn't
he? Yeah. Analog and Betsy, and if I've missed your name, you guys, I love you guys. Hopefully you all have a wonderful week. We love you guys. We will be here next week. Just look out for us.
Yay.
Y'all take care. We're gonna go ahead and end the live stream. Thank you guys.
Okay, nice meeting everyone. Thanks for having me. Blessings.
Yeah, God bless you all, and we will see you next week.
Good to have you on, Amanda.
Thank you, Dub.
Love you guys. Bye.
Later.
Love you all. Bye-bye.